There's the mic. Always gotta find that. Welcome everyone. We are back with more nonsense. Building, custom, mocks, Lego, etc. How you all been doing? Hope you all been doing great. I've been doing all right so far. Got a little bit on the upside of a cold, so we're coming up doing just fine. My voice should be okay by now. And I'm gonna slow down my talking just a little too quick. But welcome. We got some stuff planned today. We got some contests to jump into and a bunch of other custom ideas on the rollout. So, as you can see, there's a little display of parts here. Another order came in, that's great. The downside of being a Lego builder, just constant ordering of parts. Just left some of the fun ones out. I'll go over those real quick before we get into the big building. We will hopefully get to the contest details in a little bit. And some other fun custom stuff. Start us off, a bunch of gold plates. 1x, 1x2s, 2x2s a corner. Just some stuff I wanted to stock up on. Probably didn't really need it, but I've been tearing through it. Gold stuff is very fun to build with. As lackluster of a gold as it is from Lego, it's our gold. Picked up some of these newer curve pieces in gold. Primarily got them because of the I've turned the, what is it called, the, oh my goodness, Everyone is Awesome set. I picked that up just to display my space figures, and they keep rolling out all the space figs. So to get the gold curve, there's only a couple good options right now, and I went with that one so I could have the smooth top, even though the arc will be a little different. But they keep releasing all these figs, and now they have the gold one. I need to pick it up, and it's just going to awkwardly be sitting on the side of the whole display. I got some diagonal blue tiles. Probably just set these aside for now. And I've been stocking up on 1x3s because I did not have any in blue, dark blue, or dark green. Oh, I didn't make space to walk around yet. Jeez. But stocked up on some new colors. Anytime I see new colors on the pick brick, I gotta just pick it up. Or if I see I'm running low, I'll make note of it, and I'll just grab whatever I can. Definitely found these to be fun. I don't usually buy a lot of chairs, but I thought one in teal was really nice, so I picked up a few of those. Just a fun color, and dark blue. Dark blue feels new, and I feel like I could do something funky with those. I need to show it off sometime, but I built one of the pod racers a long while back, and to get the, kind of has an archway for the top of the engine. To get that subtle curve in there, I used doors on hinge, or not doors, chairs on hinges. So that way the walls would be angled in, but they'd have that subtle curve at the base where the chair starts. Picked up some olive green. I really want to build with olive green sometime, but it is one of those colors I just don't have a lot at the moment. So I gotta stockpile that. Put it all in the same drawer for now. Got some curves and some of the newer wedge tiles. I'm really liking the 1x2 with the cutout. This piece is fantastic. I got them in olive green, black, and what I'm most excited about is these trans clear ones. The problem is, when I was sorting them, so I got left and rights. When you put left and right next to each other, it is so hard to figure out which one it is. You got to actually feel them on the table just to feel if it's the indent or the top of the tile, because they look identical facing either way. So that is a bummer. It was really tedious, but that's going to be another later problem because they're all going into the same drawer. So I cannot wait to just non-stop have to be hunting for the right side I need. So hard to tell visually. And bought some of these wedge curves, dark gray. I just had none, and I've been using them like crazy, so I need to set those to the side so I can use them. You also see a bunch of these blue rails. Got that just for a upcoming build. Another one on the hush hush. Can't show it off yet or do anything on stream with it, but it's gonna be a fun one. A lot of blue. Same with the wedge tiles. And then they had it in dark blue too. And I thought about doing it in dark blue instead, but I think the light blue looks better. So I just wanted to get some dark blue to have some nice color for that one. It's just me showing off my wares. Love getting these 1x3 curved plates with the holes in them, and the 1x2s. Don't get too many of the 1x3s because they're a little on the pricier side. But I try to dabble in a few colors here and there. And it's always nice to get more of the reddish orange. So I picked up the 1x2 versions of those. Really want to do some more stuff in reddish orange too. I want to do a lot of Exoforce stuff in that color instead of the standard orange. But the color variety, or the part variety for that color, is still so lackluster. Even with them doing a great job introducing it with that space theme, there is just not a lot of molds out there for it yet. Oh, some more stuff on camera. I decided to zoom in the top down just a little. Well, a good bit, really. But I hope this makes it easier when I'm just kind of moving my hands about down here at the base of the table. You can see things just a little better during the mock building. I felt like it was a little too zoomed out last time when I was finally getting around to doing some custom builds. And then I got some parts in black here for more hush hush builds. Larger bowing curves, just ran out of those. I have nowhere good to put these at the moment. Oh, I know. Nice little lid from a Lego brick tray. Not great for getting parts out, but they hold stuff. So, got these curves in black. The drooping 1x1 brackets. More of those wedge tiles, both sides. And then I made sure to pick up more minifigure neck brackets. I always forget I'm running low on these in every color, so I try to stock up when I remember. I still think these have great use to them, even with the newer brackets. The hole is always a great use to get some additional depth and detail, but also having the top of the bracket be a half plate instead of a full plate can be nice. And I keep getting a handful here and there. I still think they're a little pricey, but I pick up a few every time of the 2 long cheese slopes. Phenomenally useful, especially when you don't want that great look on the older one. So I just picked them in black and white, at least from this half of the order. This one came from what here in the US we get the bestsellers and the standard category for Pick Brick. So bestsellers is stuff already in the States they distribute out. So that got here in a couple days, and then the standard stuff will show up in a month or two directly from Europe. It has the more interesting parts of the half. I bought a bunch of tennis rackets. They aren't too expensive now. I mainly got these for greebling. I have no idea what I'm going to do with them, but a fun part's a fun part. So I got a handful of those. But I'd say what's more interesting is I haven't picked up any of these diamond pieces yet. So I got a few in black. And hopefully those will be a nice one to add detail. Let's see if I can get this one to show up on camera. It's got the bar connection in the back. And I think we can do some cool stuff with that. Saw some people already figuring out some of the cool angles that can merge with it using some of the angle plates. So definitely something I should, well, I just put it in the drawer, but I should set it to the side and experiment with. And then I got some battle droid arms, the ones that have the 2 different angles of hands, light gray and black. Another piece that can easily tear through. So I just got a handful more. That's parts. Parts is parts. We'll see. Maybe some of those return. I know the description says we're starting off with tree car. We're gonna get to tree car in a bit. In front of that, I still have a handful of trees to finish from my own custom design. Although, joke's on me, I didn't bring the instructions, so I don't think I'll do. I don't know if I will be working on these now that I think about it. I only got part way done with a handful and realized I forgot to bring the part with me, or the one of the key parts for the ending. So I didn't quite finish them where I was. Suppose I will boot up Studio and see if I can get the instructions up. I can remember where I put Studio. Don't lose your apps, folks. Don't lose your apps. You keep your apps right where you keep your eggs. All in one basket. And don't just take my advice. Really, just don't. Don't take my advice. For these trees, I also started with making some shorter ones, seeing where you could start from the lower base. So I started about halfway up on certain ones, and now I get some different variations in height. I'm just going to go off of my own page design in Studio. I should be showing it off, but I don't know if I have that set up. I prepare for so much, but I don't prepare for the right things, you know? I could do, I don't want to do that, or that. I have options. Hit that one. I'm gonna start with that one. And I had to figure out what step I was on. I ended with one of those. Yep, that looks right. So I'm just going to be chugging along to finish my own tree design. Bunch of unbuilt ferns. I think it's like $14, maybe $18 a tree. So keeps it kind of low, but definitely helpful. You follow me on Twitch. Well, thank you. Thank you for following me. I was gonna say, I just popped up. I was trying to figure out who it was because it's a little scrunched on my end. It said I got a follower. It just didn't say who. Thank you for announcing it because I don't know where to go. How's my day going? My day's going all right. We just started up streaming. Put away some new pieces from Pick-a-Brick, And now I am duplicating this mock, just so I have more for later. I've actually been on the upswing of a cold, so hopefully I sound nice and clear now for streaming. How about your day? Is your day going all right? It's been a nice, calm Sunday morning. Like I said, I mentioned that pick-a-brick order. I was getting through the rest of it and making sure everything was accounted for, and most of it was put away. It was that first batch of pick-a-brick pieces. Here in the US, we get both the bestsellers and standard, where bestsellers come directly from a US facility, so we get them right away. And then the standard ordered parts come from Denmark, so it might take a couple months. So first half, bestsellers, got those in, put them away. Those also came with a couple of sets I bought. I don't usually build sets or collect sets, but there are always too many that are enticing, and I end up getting a few anyways. The couple I have, there was one that was for a future lug set draft, but the others, I got a couple of brick heads, including the One Piece Buggy the Clown and Tom and Jerry. I saw that they're both going to retire soon, and I do love me some brick heads. I just don't collect a bunch. I usually like making custom brick heads over buying them, but I do love One Piece, and I think the Buggy one looks way better than the Luffy one. So I made sure to grab that. It's, interestingly enough, it's scheduled to retire this year, even though it just came out. So I find that very peculiar. Another set that came out this year and is retiring is the Donkey Kong Mario Kart set. And I just couldn't wrap my head around it because it came out in March, and it's retiring at the end of this year. And it wasn't until I talked to another gaming buddy of mine that he gave me the perfect idea, and it makes total sense why it's being discontinued. They just thought maybe it's because of the new Donkey Kong design. And I'm like, that would 100% make sense. Nintendo probably required LEGO to take down that product just because it uses the old Donkey Kong design, and they don't want that on store shelves. So if you want yourself a LEGO Donkey Kong for an more affordable price, the Mario Kart Donkey Kong will be leaving later this year. Right now, I am just duplicating this one Fern pairing because the majority of the build requires certain positions. And it's like 100 and some of these where one is higher on the right, and there's a handful that are higher on the left. And just getting that repetition out of the way will make everything go so much smoother later. This is also nice for a breather. I don't have to show my face on screen for a little bit. Just some hands and my custom instructions. And yeah, I think the camera positioning is a lot better. Let me get my mouse out of there. You can see a lot more of what's going on instead of it being just so far away. But yeah, I do find it weird and very annoying that LEGO is releasing sets and now discontinuing them in a year or less. They've even publicly announced that that was their goal for a lot of sets. And I understand it's marketing, it's to keep fresh stock on the shelves. But it's so obnoxious as a consumer if there's something you want to pick up and it's going to be gone very quickly, promoting more obnoxious FOMO. So always keep in mind, if there's a set you're keeping an eye on, figure out when it's retiring. Keep a close ear to the ground on that. Or just don't worry about it and save yourself some money. Don't pick it up. That's how I usually see it. If I don't pick it up, I don't pick it up. There's always going to be more Lego sets coming out. They'll be just as enticing, just as interesting, and just as relatable to your favorite things. So never feel that pressure. Unless, like, I don't know, Ghostbusters is your favorite thing of all time, and they don't make another set for the Ghostbusters house. There's gonna be plenty of FOMO no matter what with Lego. So once again, these are my own custom instructions. You can find them for free on Bricklink and Rubrickable. You'll find the majority of my instructions on Rubrickable because there's less restrictions. It's a lot more relaxed. So if you ever want some free designs, I'm always up for that. I don't think any build technique or knowledge should be gate kept. So I will always make sure to make the instructions free. All right. Now I have to figure out where I put selective parts. So I know there were some missing last I was building these, and that's why I'm doing this now, and they're incomplete. I think I have to reach behind more or less the studio. So I think this was the piece I forgot to bring when I was last working on them. I could have sworn I was working on 4 trees, but I only see these 3 in my bin. Because I have one completed, and I have one that's in shambles because I tried to show how sturdy it was and went a little too far with shaking it. It kind of exploded. It's sturdy, it's just not perfect. So I was very happy to see that people have already enjoyed this model and have started adding it to their own layouts. Very, very minimal so far. I'd love to see a whole horde of these trees. But one step at a time. I think I will I think I have the parts here, 4x4. So I will build 4 toppers even though I got 3 trees. Black Knight, you're adding me. Why are you adding me? I'm right here. I see your comments. At. Don't know if I'll have real Star Wars on stream, but do you play Lego or any other games? I will hopefully be doing gaming streams in the future. I am a big fan of Nintendo, but I play just about any type of game under the sun that isn't a sports game or rhythm game. So I'm definitely thinking about doing some Mega Man stuff next month for a couple anniversaries. And there will probably always be a Halloween game for October. I always love coming back to things like Luigi's Mansion and Castlevania Symphony of the Night for Halloween every few years. But I'm also itching to play Dead Space 2 again, because that game is still so fantastic. And one of the few like horror game, like genuine horror kind of stuff I'll play. But yeah, hopefully there'll be some gaming streams in the future, but most of my stuff will be Lego centric. And I will try to focus a lot of custom stuff. But for today, it's definitely just scheduled for Lego, and probably will be for a couple weeks now. I will probably do it. I'll probably do an announcement once I do start doing some gaming stuff. I don't think I'll ever stream it, but I am on quite a Marvel Rivals kick. I played a lot of competitive games many years ago, and I don't really want to be in the competitive scene and stuff. However, Marvel Rivals casually has been super fun, and it's been fantastic to see it feels like the best representation of Marvel that we've seen in a long time. I've always thought MCU has been whatever. They've kind of fumbled a lot of things, and people are going to be complaining no matter what. But the stylization and charm of Rivals is there. I do wish it was a little less over-sexualized, but the gameplay is fun. The character choices are great, and there's definitely a lot of care put into the game, especially with developers that are listening to constant changes. But again, I don't think that's the kind of game I'll be playing on stream. I definitely play a lot of backline, defense, supports, tanks, so it's not the most interesting of gameplay. But yeah, Marvel Rivals is about the only game I've been playing recently. I've been meaning to get back to Mario Luigi Brothership, because I got about 90% of the way done with the game in the first 2 months, and then just stopped because I wanted to focus on Lego. So I need to get back and just finish that game so I can move on to others, because I was doing so well at knocking out my overall video game backlog, and then I fell off. I am so far behind now because I just keep picking up more physical games, and now it's just everywhere. Speaking of physical, I had it here on the desk because it's my most recent pickup. I'm a big supporter of Limited Run because I love what they do, and I love having media that I can just plug in and go straight ahead. So my latest pickup is Tetris Forever. It's just a collection of a lot of classic Tetrises and some behind the scenes stuff. And I'm a super fan of Tetris, so I knew I had to get this one. I think the thing that really pushed me over the limit for this one, that really got me wanting to pick it up, is the fact that it comes with Hatris. I've never played Hatris. It's such a dumb concept, but I think it'd be fun to play one day. It's also going to be hard for any Tetris game to top, I'd say, Tetris Connected and Tetris 99. For single player, Tetris Connected has such great options and great visuals and music. Whereas for multiplayer options, Tetris 99 just scratches that itch so perfectly. Because there's only so many competitive ways to play Tetris for versus modes, multiplayer. And I think the Battle Royale format works perfectly, especially just getting as many people playing Tetris as possible. So those two are some of my favorite Tetrises. There's definitely been some other good ones in the past, but I think those two take the cake and will hold that top position for a very long time. Unless Hatris is actually really fun. But the fact that it never returned makes me think it's not. I've been also meaning to play 3D Tetris, but I feel like that's more nauseating than it is fun. Tetris is definitely a questionable one if I'd ever play on stream. I'm definitely above casual for Tetris, but I'm not like someone that's constantly getting T-spins. T-spins, Z-spins, what have you. So I can get the victory on Tetris 99, decently consistent, but I would not rely on that to be the like go-to thing. Let's see. 3 per. 3 per. Yeah, Tetris is definitely up there. It's one of my favorites. Like I said, Mega Man will probably be one of the first streams because it is my favorite game. Don't know if I'll do both or one or the other. Starting with either 11 or 9. Maybe in that order, maybe not. I think those are two of the better ones. And it's just such a shame that franchise only comes out with like one new game every decade now. One day, Mega Man will be set free. Probably not, though. He definitely feels like a bit of a relic when it comes to the gaming sphere. I don't know what it is with this one, but I've never had this issue before. It is extremely tight. It must be hitting the ridge on the Technic pin. Not sure. Yeah, that's weird. I'll just let it be tight. It's tight, dude. Yeah, very, very peculiar. It's also making the next one go really far down. No, that's normal. I don't know. I'll just leave it. Won't know if it's a problem until later. Oh yeah, this one's doing it too. Interesting. I didn't say my mocks were perfect. I don't think anyone should expect a mock to have the same quality and ease of building as a set. So always take a grain of salt if you're following instructions of a mock builder. Not just mine, any mock builder. Little difficult to get that perfection and the simplicity quality that Lego is so used to. It is a skill onto its own. And I think that's something people take for granted far too much when it comes to buying sets. The amount of R&D that goes into it. Welcome. If you're joining this late in the stream, well, I'm 20 minutes in. We were just building some duplicates of a mock of mine. And hopefully I will start a new one here pretty soon. Inspired by these. And inspired by a contest. I kind of gained some momentum with a bunch of tree builds. Would love that. Flezzle, hey, nice to see you. I just was mentioning, yeah, I started doing some duplicates of my tree build. So I just have some on hand. And then later we'll be working on a new mock that it will be inspired by these trees for a contest that has nothing to do with trees, but I'm going to incorporate a tree anyways. But yeah, I've been kind of growing as with some momentum for tree building in the community. People have loved the palm tree, but mocks are not the most stable. So there's always that grain of salt people need to take with it. You're thinking of creating a PFP of yourself in a cartoon style. You're using headphones, holding your joysticks in hands, enjoying the game. Your cat is sleeping behind you on the sofa with a happy reaction, giving to your viewers, like waving to them. That is a fun style. The what they like to go by PNG tubers is not quite the 3D models of a, what are they called, VTuber, but you can just have a little cartoon version of yourself, where it kind of just lights up and moves a bit when you're talking. If you're interested in my idea, you can add me on Discord. I actually normally have the webcam on. I just switched it over because I thought I might show the instructions as well. I don't think I have a layout that incorporates both the secondary page and my face, but I have no shame showing my ugly mug. But thank you for the offer. Sounds interesting, but a bit repetitive. Yes, the tree is super repetitive, but that's how you get just a simple, nice coniferous tree. And I don't know if the next build will be much more enticing, or if it'll just be more of this kind of tree build, but we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out. I have an idea in mind, but I don't know how crazy it will be. I can add you on Discord. I might do that in just a bit. It'll probably be right after the stream, so I'll have to come back to that bit of chat. But yeah, I will talk about the contest in a little bit once this part is done. Heck, these could be background trees for the build, but at the same time that might make the main build blend into the back and disappear. What's up? Do you build the trees for a mock? I build a lot of different types of mocks, and people have liked my trees that I've made instructions for them. So right now I'm just making some duplicates of those trees so I have them on hand. It's a pretty simple, straightforward coniferous tree that uses a lot of pick-a-brick parts. So I try to keep it that way so I can keep the cost down. Primarily these ferns have shown up in US pick-a-brick stores. So just getting one full box of those is enough to build 3.5 trees. But I do build a lot of other things. It should be, oh, it's not shown on the screen, right? Another downside of this, it doesn't showcase it. Here, I might get rid of the instructions just for a little bit. Put it back on the regular layout. There we go. The screen on the bottom, if you're watching on Twitch, and I guess it's bottom on both. There we go. Those are some of my other mocks. I like to build a lot of space and sci-fi, but I had a good run on trees earlier this year, and I meant to do more, but I kind of got burnt out after getting some suggestions. So there will be more trees, but for now there's about 3-4 designs out there that I put for free on Rubricable and Studio. Although I have many more instructions on Rubricable than Studio, because Studio has a lot of limitations on designs that you can put up. Obviously, I get why my Castlevania sign was flagged because of the obvious branding of Castlevania. but I've also had one where it was a very generic space tow truck, and they flagged that for some reason. It never was able to be downloaded for other people. It's a lot of little dumb things, like how the word brave will be marked and will be removed from Studio just because of the Disney movie Brave, even though brave is a word anyone can use in any scenario. So there's a lot of little dumb things like that on Studio, which is why I prefer my instructions being unrebrickable. But I have definitely been on a good kick this year of building revamps for Exoforce. I kind of got indoctrinated into that community, but I'm also having a blast redesigning all of those classic LEGO sets in my own modern take. I do like that most people go bigger and better, but I prefer more condensed, a little smaller and more detailed that way. So I'm glad I'm able to make mine stand out just a little bit that way, but everybody's got their own style, so it all works out. Such as Fluzzle in the Instagram chat. I am still slowly developing and working on my redesign of your build. I figured out what minifigure I want to use. I want to find a black hairpiece for this one. Oh, I can't tell if I'm centered or not. 1 second. There we go. Yeah, I have this as my pilot for that one. I just need to find the hairpiece in black. And I think it'd be a good representation of a different character that's not Hitomi. I never owned the figure for Hitomi, and I don't plan to try to find and buy, because for my Exoforce stuff, I want to keep it to more original characters and not go off of the original lore so much. So that's why I try to stick away from any of the original minifigures. I still appreciate the original minifigures. I still think they all look great. And they are making up for some of the difficulties in trying to keep the style, because I want to keep those big anime eyes, but there's only so many Exoforce heads to work with. Is that the same hairpiece for your Hitomi? It might be. That might be why I chose it, because I saw yours and I'm like, oh, that's perfect. That way I can, represent the pilot kind of off of your pilot. Since again, the mock itself is going to be based on yours. That might have been why I chose that one. I can't remember. I came up with the minifigure a couple weeks ago. But I thought I'd show you that right now because I've made little to no progress on the mech. I have the leg. I showed you the leg design. I have a feet design I really want to go with, but the connection point is the big issue right now. But yeah, I wouldn't put it past me that I looked at your minifigure, thought the hairpiece was great, and then incorporated that into my custom one. I have no doubt that's what happened, and I just forgot. It is a great kind of Asian slash anime parting of the hair. I know they used it for the BTS set, and I was looking up the black variant. I don't remember if I ordered it in black yet, but it's definitely one I want to put on that fig. Let's see. Make sure I'm doing everything right on these instructions. Cranking my neck over. Glad to hear that the minifig inspired you. I thought almost no one likes them. No, I like your custom designs. It's just I'm so much of a physical builder. It's like I wish we could print yours. I wish we could print yours onto more minifigs. I like your designs. They're really good. It's just they're all digital, and it's like, oh man, I wish they were real. I wish they were physical too. But like, I hope you keep using them in your designs, because I know you post pretty much solely digital, so it works there. I love seeing when they pop back up because they look great. You sent me the photo. Cool. I will double check that, and I will respond later on that one after the stream. I am most certain that, yeah, I just looked at yours and was like, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I know I have to do a lot of crediting you in the description. I wrote a quick blurb for my build, but again, I need to actually work on the build and finish it. The unfortunate state of that is that I have so much planned for October that's not Exoforce, and the next 2 mechs on my list are already complete and photographed and edited and everything. So it's just a matter of waiting for me to post those. And then, yeah, yours will probably be delayed to after all my October stuff goes up. It'll probably be a November mech. So it's still quite a bit further down the pipeline. But I'm really excited to work on that one. And I'm really hoping people love it, because I really want to do that with other people's mechs too, not just yours. Yours is just going to be the gateway drug. Yours is going to be the one that opens the floodgates, and then I'm starting to build other people's mechs on top of revamping all the classic ones and making my own. Take your time. As I said, it's a great birthday present. Yeah, exactly. It'll time out just perfectly. And it will help fill out my schedule past October, because it's like I have way too much building up towards October, and just all the things I'm building is really cramping my time. And then I gotta get past that hump of October, and then it's gonna be kind of dead and empty for a little bit. So it'll be a nice, it'll be good for me to have something to fill that up with. But I also did already make the commitment that I will have an Exoforce mech each month. I wish I was a little faster of a builder and had more time to do like the weekly ones people like to do with the Exoforce Tuesday. But that's another issue onto me, is that I don't post my mechs on Tuesdays. It just doesn't work with my schedule. But I've also been a little annoyed with myself that I didn't get Table Scrap Tuesday up the last couple weeks. I've been meaning to at least keep that up, and it's just like, oh, it's late at night Monday. I can get that done, and I just keep forgetting. Whoops. So there's that. And I need to post. I have at least one more stream post of some stuff I built on stream, but I'm waiting till the results of that contest come up so that I can time it out, line it up. Oh, it's getting toasty. It's getting real toasty. Man, I wish I had so much to post. I'm currently scratching the barrel. Oh, I know that feeling. Just try to take the pressure off yourself. Something I came to the conclusion of not too long ago was that, like, you're pressured to do all these posts and constantly be keeping it up. But just remember that you have your followers right now, and there's barely anyone out there that will like actually go back and say like, oh, they're not posting anything, I'm gonna unfollow them. So you have that group of people that you already can bank, that you have. So you don't have to worry about hurting yourself and trying to keep up with the momentum of social media. That's been my TED Talk. I hope that is slightly good advice for you. Is just take a little bit of the pressure off. If you're not keeping up with posts, don't make it a life priority. Unless you're really trying to turn it into a business of sorts. And then that's also not a healthy mindset to keep. Make sure it's fun first. not working hard enough, unsubscribed. Yeah, that, I don't think that's anything anyone has to worry about. We're just such lazy creatures that we subscribe to things all the time and then just never unsubscribe. It's just going to fill up the feed even more, and then things get lost. I am not quite that person. I am very picky with who I follow, which is a little rude of me. I'm sorry, but I know what I like and I know what I want to see, so I don't follow just everyone under the sun. And then there's also, once you subscribe to enough people, it's like, okay, they're going to do all the sharing so I can see all the other cool stuff in the community. I definitely follow a lot of smaller people because those are the people that don't pop up in the shared groups. But yeah, definitely on YouTube, I unfollow a lot of people because it's just like, well, I don't watch their stuff anymore, and I don't want my feed filled up on YouTube. So I watch a lot. I watch a lot on YouTube. So I really try to trim that down on who I'm following there. But yeah, I'm also not a big social media guy. I've expressed it quite a bit that I genuinely hate Instagram, but it is where like the Lego people are. So it's like, I have to deal with it. I gotta be with my people. I need to be where the fun is. But I also, it's still always a shock to people, but I'm a little older. I do not have a cell phone. I don't care to get a cell phone. I just never had a major need for it. And that contributes to my hatred of Instagram, that they are super mean, and they do not give a crap about anyone on PC. They make it so hard to do anything on desktop. But yeah, you're the same way with trying to trim it down. Yeah, like you want to support people and keep following a bunch more and more, but there's only so much media you can consume in a day anyways. But yeah, Flickr was the real deal. I am with you on that one. I love Flickr so much, but unfortunately, especially like the time I got involved with it, Flickr's been dead. I hate to say it, but Flickr's dead. There's just about no one on there, and there are the few committed, which I appreciate, because those are the people I follow. But unfortunately, it's not a healthy medium right now. I gotta go AFK for a few minutes. We'll be right back. That's fine. That's fine. We will be here for several hours. I got the day planned. I got stuff to do, stuff to build. These streams have been great motivators for that. I will just be here yipping and yapping about a lot of nonsense and whatever I can get my hands on. Probably the perfect time to step away right now too, because I just finished the trees, and we will pivot over to mock building. Try to put these a little bit more on the far camera so you can kind of see them there, how tall they can be. The tallest one is the standard build, and the short one is me trying to start from a halfway point and seeing how well that works. And it's pretty good. It's not too messy. It kind of just carries off from that spot and moves upwards without any real hassle, as long as you know where to start and how to modify the very base. Also keeps the modification pretty simple. So I'm happy that works, and then you can get variety in your heights of trees. I've always thought about doing the coniferous tree where these are like half a mile in the air, but I feel like in Lego that would look very boring because you'd have so much trunk. So I don't think I'll ever do that myself, but if I ever inspire someone to do that, awesome. But yeah, this is all the trees I had planned for now. I have one more complete in my box, and I have one that's complete shattered in the box. So for complete ones that aren't destroyed, I have 4. Not a lot, but it's a start of a forest that I will hopefully continue and have no clue on what I will do with. Oh, I also need to get this out of here. I need to deconstruct my fruit tree, or maybe just build more fruit trees and put those in storage too. I guess, yeah, this box went to a lug meeting, so I have some other random stuff in here that I displayed at that, including Mr. Doral Tab, the invader. He's up somewhere on the internet. It was a very fun contest build for a enemy creature. Try to. Oh, let me fix this. I don't need studio anymore. I can go away. Where is the Streamlabs? You know, you'd think with dual monitor, the stuff would be easier to run, but it's there's still just so many tabs and things. Oh. But speaking of tabs, here's Doral Tab. Nope. Streamlabs, come back. Okay. Here's Doral Tab. He's up on the internet somewhere with it all both of his arms. But little alien invader. Yeah, nothing too crazy. He's a fun character, and I meant to take him to Brickworld Chicago, and I forgot to, since his post was around that time. I was going to put him on top of the diner just to throw him in, because he's involved with space. But I did not. I also don't know if I'm going to keep this minifigure from my fruit tree post of the Fire Knight. Kind of want to return some of these parts to where they came from, but at the same time, they were all parts that weren't needed for anything. So, fun custom minifig, served his purpose, and now I have no idea what I'm going to do with him. It's fun, solid reds and golds. I will set him off to the side. Might deconstruct that later in the stream. But I can put more stuff away, pine trees. Actually, I don't know why I put the leaves away. Hold on. Because the pine trees are the inspiration for the next build, which is going to be for a contest. Move all these over here. Oh, that looks nice. That looks nice together. I don't know how they look on the far camera. They're okay. They look a little better when they're spread out. Maybe like that. Maybe like that. Trees. But the contest I've been talking about on and off, over and over. Where be you? Oh, it's ugly for a bit, I know. I just don't move things properly. Yeah. Well, it's gonna look ugly for just one more second. There we go. Okay. Well, this is the contest I was talking about. I don't super track RR Slugger. I do think he makes great content. But I saw he was doing, or I follow a good bit of Brick Nerd, and I love that they do contest announcements, so that way you can see what's coming up. Unfortunately, some of theirs are poorly scheduled, like just being announced in this post, but Joust also finished August 1st, so it's just kind of like, well, contest is over. The purpose of it being in here is just to kind of remind you, make sure you get your things in, but didn't do a lot of these. Soapbox is what I did last week, so hopefully that will be posted on socials soon, but I have been checking to see if they post any announcements of this being done. They have not. So once that gets announced and they post my build, then I'll post my build on everywhere else. If you want to see me in the progress of building it, there's a VOD of the old stream, but there's not a whole lot to it, a lot of building on that regard, because I built the car in like 10 minutes, probably less, because it's a simple box car. And then I spent like a good hour or two trying to build the setting around it, give it a story. But that'll be posted soon anyways, so stay tuned for that. And then I will not be doing Vin Week, but I will be doing Time Drifters today. Come back to that in a moment. And probably next week or the week after, we'll see Perfect Vacation for studio or ideas. But for this week, Time Drifters. Build the fastest vehicle of all time, literally. The Time Cruisers themed contest is asking you to build a race car from across time and space. Ninjas, pirates, astronauts are all welcome. Compete in this wild race. So this is my goal for the day, is we're gonna build a car. There's no prizes, but I don't care. I just want to challenge myself with this. I won't click on more details because that takes you to his video. Check that if you want to. I love our Slugger. I don't follow him all the time, but the content he makes is very entertaining, very focused on 80s, 90s Lego. So that's the whole point of the Time Cruisers reference. And I thought, why not continue with my momentum of my dumb builds and do a tree with some beefy mecha biceps and holding some joust tools such as a lance and shield. All on wheels, of course, because that way it's a car. As dumb and crazy as that sounds, that is the goal. I'll leave that up for a little bit while I get some resources moved around for this planned build. I think I need to run and grab more. I got fern leaves hiding around in a bag. Probably in this box. Yeah, I got plenty of fern leaves. Okay, we got fern leaves galore. I'm gonna move the tree box because that is in my way. And I'll put those trees away at some point. So we're gonna try to start with just kind of replicating my tree design and then going from there to make it into a car. Oh, of course it's gotta have a big rocket thruster on the back too. So I will, I'll move the stream back at least, because then you can see stuff moving. I'm just a ghost at this point. I can see my arm now, but get all three. Yeah, there's the cameras. Now I felt a little bad. I did some market research before this and checked out some other Twitch streamers, see what they're doing for the brick building community. And I got to Brick and Nick and realized, oh crap, I have nearly identical layout for cameras and like having the mocks at the bottom. Oops. It feels like I'm ripping them off, but that was never my intent. Luckily, Instagram is completely different of a look, but I feel bad that the Twitch one looks like his. Never my intent. I like all my ducks in a line. It's just simple camera for face, distant camera, mocks. It made sense to me. Keeps it all on one side. But sorry, Brick and Nick, if it feels like I copied you. Not my goal. Not my intent. But yeah, I can definitely polish it up a bit, but I like as dumb as it is, I like the bubbly look, even though it's clean and organized. Rounded just makes it feel a little more cozy without being a bunch of obnoxious graphics constantly moving. I do want something simple, and it is like quickly photoshopped and all that stuff, so you can kind of see the rough cuts in the corners. Oops, but I don't have time to do everything, so I did what I could. It's a little presentable. Hope people like it. But that's enough yapping on the layout. Let's get building a dumb tree car. So I'm gonna have to build something a little more stable than these trees, since they're gonna be sideways. So I might start with some other pieces other than the standard ones that I use in the middle. I use a lot of Technic plates, but I think we will just go with some standard round plates. I can get through some of these. So we're gonna go with that, and we're gonna figure out how we're gonna lock them at different angles. Let's see. So it just makes sense to me to just start placing some pieces. Obviously, the simple trick with all these ferns, or these coniferous trees with the ferns, is just building upside down, since it looks natural on the piece. So we will have to figure out that connection point. And then I will need to figure out a spot for our guy to sit and a spot for the arms to connect. So before I get too far here, I might start with the chassis. Wonder if I could do something stupid like a actual car chassis. Those feel a bit too big. What might not, though, is I have a mech torso in here somewhere, and I've been meaning to use it on a mock, and it's just so chunky I haven't yet. This might be the perfect time for that. This was from I think it's it was a Junior Spider-Man set. It is a big chunky piece, but it might provide us the stability we need for the mech and the tree to combine. So let me start with that. And I think I'll use it for the front. I think I'll use it facing forward. So if you rotate a little bit, instead of being the mech body. That way you have like a little pocket for the driver, and then it will continue the upside down look of the tree. So let's build something around here. I don't have a lot in bright green, so I think I'm gonna need to figure out a secondary color, or since it's a tree, we have a lot of the center being brown. So I think for starters, we'll do kind of a round bubble back. And then have some stuff out supporting that. I think I'll add some snot bricks. Get that going. After I add a few more supporting pieces down here. And then we'll add some snot so we can attach our figure later. Also building a figure on stream. I don't know how that'll go. Probably just I'll chat with you guys while I do it kind of off camera. The figure I had in mind was a Looney Lumberjack, because that feels perfect for driving a tree. Alright, we got a little bit of a hollow space for our base, and we'll get some bricks to lock it in the back. Probably won't see these by the end of the mock, so it doesn't need to look perfect. Just enough to fill in anything hollow. Anything that will seep through. I want to cover up. There we go. So that's what I'm thinking. You have a spiral of the tree branches in the back, and then more coming out the front. Could make for a goofy car. So let us hide this mech base with leaves. And I can see right off the bat this weird hollow space under the arm. Doesn't actually hold studs, so that's not helpful. So we'll start with the part right above it. Get the leaves going. I'll do a spread. Still been thinking in the background what I'm going to do to make it spiral. Because if I do the same trick as the standing trees, then it'll want to fall apart. It just won't be able to hold itself. So I might have to go a bit more square, or figure out a different technique for this. I don't think square is entirely a bad idea either, because the leaf elements themselves can kind of hide that fact. So more than a square, it's going to be kind of a jagged diamond. So I'm going to go with that instead, which should hopefully provide just enough to make a rounded shape for our tree body. And this is a great way for me to use up a bunch of my brown that I've been hoarding and terrified to use because it's a lot of brittle brown. So that's start rounding out the shape for the tree. Oh, I need so many more fern leaves. Let's get those out. Just a whole pile of it. I know they were intending something closer to merging themes for this car contest, and I'm out here just building a tree as the base of a car. But trees are my theme, or one of. So I'm gonna roll with it. And we'll see where it takes us. We always see where it takes us. I feel like I need to attach the wheels so it doesn't sit on the leaves. I think we'll do 4 wheels in the back. And I'm not sure what kind of wheels just yet. Oh, these. I don't know where I got these from, but they were like front of the drawer. Big old chunky wheels. That's what we're gonna roll with. And it'll be just a big spear of a car. Just ridiculous as can be. So we need to get some high-rising wheels to get it off the ground. Get some of these bricks off, and we'll add some Technic bricks instead. Again, the dumber the better, I feel like. Because, I mean, Time Cruisers is already... I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. It's an ugly theme. But that's the kind of the point. Is that it's supposed to be a merger of all themes. So if we can kind of encapsulate that ugliness, it's going to be just fine. It's going to be just fine. So we're going to have a high-rise tree with big old wheels. And isn't that the fun of LEGO? Just coming up with a bunch of random crap. I feel like that's part of the fun. All right, well, I don't have like the perfect size axle, so we're gonna really exaggerate this design further, making it stupidly wide. with the back wheels. And I'm thinking instead of regular gray stoppers, I'm going to switch that out for some brown ones. Some brown not bushings. The Technic spacers. That should be on theming too. It'll be a lot more looking like a log brown. If I don't just drop all the pieces like I always do. Oh yeah, this axle is just long enough to make things dumb. So we're gonna do that. And this is just childhood fun right here. I don't usually ever build garbage like this, but it's time to build garbage because that's the fun of it. I also think this would be a monowheel in the front. That it would follow the tree shaping. It'd be just silly enough. All right. But again, I kind of want to get that rotation, but I don't know how to do that. Or I can't think of a way to do that in this space and lock it into place with the plates. Oh, there's the sugar grid. Might do some experimentation. I'm having a little hard time to picture it in my head. We're gonna start doing a little bit of sugar grid stuff. So theoretically, it would be, at least on a 4x4, these positions. And then as long as you did the opposite ones, is the exact same distance. Not like that. That one. That's nearly, it's not quite a 45, but it doesn't have to be. So I just have to remember that pattern, branching out from there. And we might be able to get something sturdy enough. Might. Yes, Captain Retro trees! I just finished making a couple more that I had quite finished from a little while back. Had the right parts for it. And now we're building a car that is a tree for a RR Slugger contest. So I'm going to try to build a coniferous tree that has big chunky wheels. It's going to have some mech arms for that sci-fi, and then it's going to have some jousting tools for that fantasy. And it will be the fastest tree alive. I will guarantee that. And going ridiculous, I went with the big wheels that I had on hand. And we're going to try to translate my coniferous trees at a 90-degree angle so it can be a spearing vehicle. It's just what we do with Lego, right? It's what we do. So to give it a bit of strength, since the strength that comes from these trees is from standing up straight, to give it strength while sideways, we're going to use the sugar grid technique to kind of spiral it outwards while fully connected. So I need some 1x1s, and I can get started on that. Of course, I don't have the right kind of 1x1s in brown. If I do, they're buried. They are buried. Hey, do you know of any lug groups for sci-fi builders? For online lugs, I don't know that much. There is Rebel Lug and what's the other one? Rebel Lug was an interesting one for me because I thought they were going to be solely Star Wars, but they are more focused on general sci-fi. So Rebel Lug is a good one. A lot of really good builders in there. When I went to Brickworld a few years back, I was recommended Peach Lug. However, I think they're more focused in a certain region in the US, so that doesn't quite help online. I can't think of too many other pre-made sci-fi lugs though. There's definitely some out there. There's also a bunch of private groups that as long as you do digging, you'll find them. Like there is a entire Exoforce group that was formulated. So there are options out there. I do not know a whole lot of sci-fi lugs myself. So I couldn't quite help you in that regard. But I think if you just do some digging, you'll find them. Definitely can find them, not too hard to find. But I wish you good luck in finding those groups. There's also just branching out to other sci-fi builders like you did with me. Someone will know something at some point. As dumb as that sentence sounds. But if you do find them, I might have interest myself, but time permitting, I probably don't. But you have piqued my interest, at the very least. Yeah, I moved the camera closer to me, and I still am building off screen. I think I just need to get more stuff out of my way so things can slide up. Sorry, new Lego products. You get the floor now. And then I can rotate these. Oh, it opens up so much room. So much room. But yeah, definitely feels good once you find that group that you can be a part of. The only major group I'm kind of invested in is my own lug, my local lug. But they're not like super heavy on mock building, so it's kind of a struggle to grow in that regard, which is why a lot of online communities have been great. I don't fully invest in lugs because I also have my own personal projects, my own teams I'm putting together for certain things. But I can see, yeah, definitely finding a lug that follows in your same build style or build inspiration is very helpful in your own personal growth. It looks like you go out 2 bricks. 2 bricks. 2 whole bricks. Just so I can get the spacing on this right between the fern leaves. They're just so tall. We're gonna go up 2 bricks. We're gonna start getting this spiral design going. And it's gonna be super strong. Not quite guaranteed. I can't guarantee anything with my builds. A couple of fern leaves are a bit too high up, and that's why. Oh, wait. Maybe. I think these corner ones need to go out just a bit more. They're getting too close. Too close! We don't want collisions. Not on this vehicle. Oh, there we go. That's a nice spiral. That's a spiral. It's so dumb. But it's going to look great once there's more. Once there's more. And I like that since I put the wheels on, it's going to stand facing the top camera. So that's great. All right, we're going to start shrinking down this trunk. We need to be less of a feathery mess. Welcome, welcome. If you're joining now, we are building for a contest, just a shits and giggles contest to see if we can make the fastest vehicle in LEGO history. And of course, I gotta make mine a tree. So we're gonna start with a tree base, and then hopefully give it some beefy mecha arms and some jousting tools, so it can be across time. This one's looking a bit square for my taste. Might have an idea for that. Might have an idea to fix that. I feel like the way a lot of gamer streamers have the counter that counts how many deaths they've had from a game, I feel like I need that for brown pieces, so I can keep track of brittle brown. Anything that breaks on stream, we can have a tally. So I'm going to move this out with some jumpers. And that should get us a circular shape again. Oh, jumpers. Just pulling drawers out left and right. No tree like the present tree. Because my tree's got a need for speed. Alright. However, doing this design, I don't know how much further I'm going to go with the spiral being sturdy. But more importantly, I do need the spiral to line back up with the grid, just so I can get the wheel to be on straight. But yeah, that's definitely a bit more rounded than the square look I had before. I do to get leaves side by side. Build from the other end. See what we got. It's getting a bit crowded. So I think what we'll do instead is put a couple underneath to fill in those gaps. Well, actually, that. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. I'm just worried about it colliding with the next layer. Just do some more repeating patterns. And then we're starting to funnel in a little bit. Get that coniferous tree design going. Might take this moment to straighten back out on the grid, and probably not push my luck with the changing of the angles. Because like I said, I want to get that next wheel on straight, and it's going to get harder and harder if I keep changing what angle I'm going at. Especially with this next layer where the jumpers are going to make it quite a mess to connect anything. Okay, same thing. We're going to do two bricks tall. Now, if it's a car of a tree car, what would the engine be? Maybe like a giant acorn. Maybe something not tree related, since we're getting all the other elements in there. How much tree is too much tree? You know? I'm back here building trees once again. I can also hear a couple of these 1x1 bricks expanding. So those are definitely gonna shatter once I take this apart. I will definitely keep tally of what breaks when I take this apart. I was still surprised that the Kiruri build I made, the brown Bionicle, to my surprise, the amount of brown that broke was very minimal. There was only 2 pieces. And the second piece was only because it was connected to the first. And it didn't even break from throwing it on the ground. It just didn't hold when taking it apart. Let's see, I might switch to, I think I'll switch to a 3x3. But I don't have that in brown. So we might just make this ad hoc. Using some plates. And then there should be a way to connect this to the jumpers using jumpers of their own. So we're going to do a little bit of a spiral design with the jumpers. And now that should be, well, that would give it some wiggle room to spin again. So if I was smart, I would have put these on the right way and it would line just right. But I didn't. So we're going to redo this spiral going the opposite way. There we go. And then we'll coat this in leaves. More leaves! More leaves! I might do 3 layers this time, so I don't have to keep alternating. Yeah, to help round it out just a little bit. We'll do a basic layer, just going out from the corners and from the sides, and then we'll add a layer of plates, and then do some angled ones on top. This would also be a great spot to find a wheel attachment. So I will leave that base one open. And I think I need some 1x1s. 1x1 plates. Oh. Whether you're here chatting, going to town, saying hello, or even if you're just here lurking, giving a close eye and a bit of a listen, I appreciate you. Appreciate your support and what we got going on here. But if I do mono wheel in the front, you're gonna need a bit of a different attachment. Don't know why I thought I would attach it straight on. So we're gonna work a little bit more into this. Just a bit more. We're gonna get rid of the big boy plate. We're gonna place it with 2 smaller ones. Oh! It hurts. Plates on plates. They're too strong. Now, I am at an odd number. So I think what we will do is just stick with it. How wide is the tire? The tire itself is about 3 bricks wide, so I think I only need 1 extra plate sticking out on both sides. Oh, I could do this with a 1x5 by half one. It's not available in brown yet. Never mind. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do just 1x2 plates. And I will give it a little bit of resecuring above. Now that we got that, we got some outrigging attachment points that we can later use to attach our wheel connection. Connecting these leaves is getting a little tight. Okay. Back on track. Ooh, but that won't completely stay either. It's getting tricky. It's getting tricky. It's getting a little tight. I think we can get some outrigging. Have the mono wheel right about there. Kind of see where I'm going. Here, I'm gonna hold up the other hand. Yeah. We're just gonna roll with it. Roll with the mock. This brick is a bit too short for our wheel. We're gonna swap that out. Although I know the next size up is gonna be a little too far out, so we're gonna have to decorate it. Make it a little less funky. Unlimited mocks. Quick check-in. Can't stay here for long though. School tomorrow, so you gotta get to bed. What are you making though? I am making a tree car. That's right. A car that is also a tree based on my carnivorous tree builds. It's going to be entered for a contest. It was the RR Slugger Racers Through Time or something like that, where it's based on time cruisers to build a funky vehicle based on any theme or a mix of themes. So my theme is trees because I've been building so many trees. And it will have some funky additional stuff such as mecha arms for sci-fi and some jousting tools for fantasy. And of course the all-important rocket engine thruster in the back. So this coming off of a pine tree should be silly. Should be silly. That's the goal. The more ridiculous, the better. I'm just happy I'm finally starting to build some mocks on stream. For the mono wheel, I think I'm gonna get away from bricks. I'm gonna go to ratcheted joints so we can get a bit more of a smoother Technic style going, and so I can angle the front wheel just a tad. But yes, thank you for asking about the build. It's yeah, it's gonna be cool. It's gonna hopefully it'll be a real silly one. But it just gives me something to work on in the meantime. Since I still have barely been building mocks on stream so far. So it was between this or more bridge building or more sorting. I did pick up a couple sets that I will probably build one day on stream. Just a couple of brick heads. Because I have heard there are some being discontinued already. I was quite shocked to hear that the one-piece brickheads, both of those are discontinuing later this year after they just released this month. It's so weird, but I guess it's the brickhead's life cycle. That one is a shocker, and also the Donkey Kong Mario Kart is set to retire this year after it came out in March. And I just couldn't wrap my head around such an early discontinuation until a video game buddy of mine gave me an idea that it's because of the new Donkey Kong design. So probably Nintendo requested that LEGO discontinues that product so there's no original Donkey Kong or previous Donkey Kong designs out on the market. But it still fascinates me that like couldn't let the product breathe, especially since this is the year you release not only a Mario Kart set, or not only a Mario Kart video game, but a Donkey Kong video game. You remove the product that encapsulates both of those games. Yeah, it's very, very weird. Very weird. But I don't plan to get that set. I have no interest in that set. The One Piece stuff I do have interest in. So I picked up the Buggy the Clown. But that's the only one of the 2 brickheads I picked up because I don't care for how Luffy looks in his brickhead. So I only picked up the one. And then I also picked up the Tom and Jerry brickheads because I grew up on Tom and Jerry. And that one is also retiring this year. And conveniently enough, brickheads are still roughly the same, pretty much the identical price point they've been since their release. So take advantage of that while you can, if you like brickheads. I like the concept of brickheads, but I prefer my brickheads mostly in mocks over sets. That doesn't stop me from getting the occasional one. Are you getting more of the normal One Piece sets? Oh, I don't think I've expressed it to you yet. I am a super fan of One Piece. I've been watching it since I've been little, since it showcased on Toonami in the early, like 2001 to 2005 time period. And I watched crazy amounts of it on the weekends. So I plan to get every single set at some point. I'm going to wait a little bit, see if there's anyone that finds discounts, but I plan to get every single set. I will build all the sets on stream, but the Going Merry pirate ship is the only one I will be keeping after the fact. So even the Baratier I plan to get, but it will be scrapped for parts once I'm done with it. Have I watched all the episodes? So at about 2016, I was fully caught up with every single episode. I had made it to episode 632, 633, and they didn't have any new ones yet. They were still releasing them. I was really pumped. I was caught up. And then I haven't watched anything new since. So now I am behind a good 400 episodes. And I just haven't taken the time to get back into new stuff. But I still love the show to death. The Going set looks amazing. Would definitely recommend. Yes, I will be. Like I said, that is the one I will be keeping because there's so many mocks out there for it that I don't need to make a mock myself, but I can keep the boat and just have it on hand. As far as the show goes, one day I'll get back into it. But in the meantime, I'm fine having the knowledge of the episodes I have seen so far. And while the live action is nothing fantastic for me, is made me happy that more people have gotten into One Piece because of it. So if you were asking about if I've seen all the episodes, I have seen all the live action episodes, and those are fine. They're very faithful. And I know Oda is working with the team to make it. So it's good stuff. But I'm not a super fan of the live action. I just appreciate that it exists because it gets more people into the show. And that's good for any fan base. So I appreciate it. You only watch the Netflix. You feel like it's such a tough challenge to start the series with so many episodes. Yes, it is. If you want to watch the original series, there is a website out there. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it trims down anything that repeats. So it'll turn like a 40 episode arc into like a 17 episode arc because it takes out anything that's shown over and over again, such as recaps and all the intro songs. So it really trims down the timing there. However, if you wait just a little bit, they are working on redoing the original series from the ground up. So it will be brand new animation that's cleaner, especially for the older stuff. And it will They are working on that so that way they can greatly trim it down themselves. So there's options to watch the original series, but I understand from any point of view, it is an immense time sink. It is a painful time sink at times. That's why I haven't gotten back into it, at least new stuff. But that's the positive side of, yeah, like the live action is much trimmed down. It took the first chunk, the what is it called? The East Blue saga. That was roughly 40 episodes in the original series, and they trimmed it down to 8 live action episodes. And while the live action's a little longer, it does help. It is significant time change. Oh yeah, it's less of a car, but it's more of a 3-wheeler. But it's definitely a tree. Definitely a tree. But yeah, if you have the time, even if, like, since we're Lego builders, if you have the episodes running in the background, that's another great way to enjoy it. The immense amount. There is so much to One Piece, and it does get good. Well, it stays good. I heard people complained about certain parts, such as the part where I dropped off. I don't remember how long it is, but it's like I believe it's an upwards of like 200 episodes for one part of the story. It is obnoxiously long for that one section. The Dressrosa arc is what it's called. And it's just one small chunk of the story, and it takes so long to get through. Way too long. So, yeah, that arc I've heard is notorious for putting a lot of people off on the series. A lot of people drop the series because of that arc. And I don't blame them, but for me, it was just timing. Kina talked to me, so messed up some stuff he said. But yes, I really want to watch the One Piece series, especially because of how much there is. But also, it's just killing me to actually start on it. Yeah, because it's going to take a very long time for the live action to catch up. My favorite chunk of One Piece would theoretically be season 4 of live action, if they pace it that way. But there is questionable bits where it might take longer. It might be season 5 instead. But there's so much to love throughout all of One Piece that there's going to be some good stuff later on. Some of the stuff you may have missed is that there are shorter ways to watch One Piece. There's a website dedicated out there that trims a lot of the fat and anything that repeats. The intros that are just recaps, or the outgoing caps, whatever you want to call those. There's a website that trims all that down, so you save so much time. And then the One Piece team themselves are working on reanimating the original series in a shorter fashion for anyone that's new to the series. So there are options to watch it in a much more timely fashion. You just need to do either a little digging for the fan-made one, or the fan cut, or just wait a little longer until the official shortened version comes out. But highly recommend it if you have time. Like I said, it is a painful time sink. This is the reason why I haven't gotten back into it, or with new episodes. But like I said, the live action is great because it gets new people into it. You feel like starting it now. However, you have to go get some sleep now. Yeah, don't let it hold you back. When I was knocking it out, I would watch like an episode in the morning and an episode at night. Slowly whittle away. Keep building. Can't wait to see what happens. Yes. This will be posted for the contest. When the contest announcement gets posted, I will post it myself. Same with the one I did last week. but I gotta wait till the results are in. Obviously, I don't think there's any prize or motivation for this one for people. So I mean, I could post this anytime, but I like to wait until after the announcers are done with their stuff. But yeah, should be a fun one. We'll keep in touch. Good luck with school. Hopefully that wrap it up, knock it out, do what you need to do. But I will always still be here streaming weekly. But I gotta get back to figuring out this tree. We need a nose cone. Nose cone for the tree. Probably do some simple stuff. Ooh, I've been chatting. Thank you. Have an amazing day. Yes, you too. Goodbye, unlimited mods. Need to quickly mute and get a sip of water. Water. Now, I probably shouldn't keep bringing this up, but I always keep talking about viewership. Of course, it's going to be a constant. It's going to be a questionable thing. And I don't understand the marketing of online social media, of Twitch and whatnot. I'd be like, hey guys, I build custom stuff. You like custom stuff? Come see custom stuff. But I'll just keep doing this. Consistency is very important to get off the ground. So I'll keep streaming for all you lovely folks. And there will always be recordings of it too. Okay. So now we're getting to the point where the wheel is going to be in the way. So I need to build around that. Let's see. Yeah, it's a bit too tight for certain connections, but not others. So I'm going to keep stuffing them where I can. Oh, I heard some brown cracking. I heard some real loud clickety clacks in there. I doubt the mic picked it up, but it was aggressive. It was mean. The sound of that clickety clack has me scared. All right, we're gonna get some bigger jumpers in here. Oh, I could probably do with just removing the original plate and having the jumper to place it. This would be a perfect spot if I had the wider jumper. 2x4. I do not, though. I do not. But this will make for a nice tight connection and cover a lot of that up. And I just need, what is that? A 1x1 single brick. But I think I'll add a leaf piece in there, so we're gonna make it a little funky dory. Keep this tree rolling. Let's see. Oh, it's so close. It's like my last stream. Everything's so close, but not quite there. So we're just gonna keep whittling around with it. I think it's a little too tight for the stud. See, I need that. How do I do a counter? I need a counter for brown. Here we go. We got our first victim. Our first death counter. Put it on there. I don't know if it shows up. But this is 1x1 round, chipped off the front. We have our first casualty. Need a brittle brown counter. Need a brittle brown counter. It's just a tragedy. If I had emotes, I would make a brittle brown salute. Because that was just sad. That was just truly unfortunate. We have lost another piece of brown. And it'll be added to my graveyard that I'll hopefully do something with one day. Now, let's see. It was still a mistake to add this leaf piece. I thought I could squeeze it in now. I have to add an extra plate, but it is still too tight. Too tight. Too tight. Alright. I'm going to get rid of the 1x1 and just put 1x3 to lock everything in place. Oh! Oh, that one was loud, and I can see the crack going all the way up the brick. I need to do just like brittle brown building streams. Because man, this stuff's scary. And it's still too tight. What do I... Let's see if I can add 2 1x1s. Yeah. Is it only... I think it's 1 2/3. I'm going to keep using it. It's not like... The crack goes all the way up the brick, but it's still usable. It's just going to be a little loose. Which breaks my heart. But only so much, because this is the whole reason I don't like using brown. Okay. So that'll be in the middle. And now everything slides into place. All that work, and we got one more layer added. All that work and only one more layer. All right. I don't need the 4x4 plates. I'm going to put these away. And I don't need this 4th wheel. Maybe down the line I'll do a mono wheel with that big boy. But I got a 3-wheeler, so it will not be needed. Keeps the tree shaping. Boy, this is just, it's so dumb, but it's so great. And then I'll be able to like stand it up as a tree. If I put it on its thruster. That's gonna be so funny. Okay. So I'm going to start working on a 3x3 to continue with making it a little bit smaller. Little bit smaller. And I think I'll leave one plate off so I can get a little bit of variety in the height. Because it will be getting a little awkward to make this thing rounded once we get to these smaller designs. Which I would say is the main reason I would typically do some weird spiral design to the big trees. Typically. I can't believe from my repertoire of tree building, this one's just going to be there. It's going to be just haunting the rest of the trees in the most glorious way possible. Which is just being silly tree. Silly, silly tree. A lot of basic bricks are going into this too. Against all odds. Like it just fits. Okay, let me see before I get too far. Can I add a couple leaves under here to hide the base? I can. There's just enough room. Just enough room. I'm also gonna be a broken record on like none of the numbers that say people are here are accurate. It's like it'll say 0 people, but then someone's talking. Who is the liar? Who keeps lying to me? I guess that just proves though that like, yeah, everyone's just a figment of my imagination. No one's here. No one's actually doing anything. It's all a ruse. A ruse, I say. Ooh. You think I have idea for adding more ferns? I believe there's space for more. More. Okay, maybe not. They don't like to fit. Maybe if I angle them both in. Maybe that's the issue. I know this isn't the most exciting thing to watch right now. It's just guy adds more fern leaves to cone on wheels. But hey, at least I'm doing something different. What's colliding here? It is those two that I added. Unfortunate. I just want more ferns. More ferns. Oh, heck yeah. We're going to have the cone go right over the wheel. And it's going to be beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. I might be able to... It'll be tight, but I think I can add it. I think I know I can add one. We're gonna add ferns anyways. It's the dream. We gotta live the dream, right? Now, what's everyone's thoughts on the new brick separators? And by new brick separators, I mean the same brick separator that has been out since 2012. Possibly 2010, 2011. But modern brick separator, incredible. I cannot picture ever going back to the original one. It's just so... they added so much extra utility to it that it's perfect. And I also hope that they continue to do additional weird ones every so often, like the... It wasn't Friends, but the bracelet stuff had the kind of weird wedge to pry things off. And then we got the big brick separator from Art. And I love that thing to death. I only got one that I got from a friend. But I hope they continue to do stuff like that. Because it's just... They're still useful. They're still so useful. But it also shows that they're willing to make some new stuff. And I'm all down for that. Oh, something's happening that it wants to rotate, but you know what? I think the rotation will look good. And it doesn't have to be super sturdy now that it's gotten this far away. I just needed the core to be sturdy. So So to whittle it down even further, I think I'm going to use these angle plates so that we just get just the opposite studs. Now there's a piece out there that's already roughly this shape and size, but if I have them in brown, I have no idea where they're at. Actually, if I have them in brown, they're somewhere deep in that drawer. But I don't want to have to worry about that right now. So I'm going to just ad hoc it, which will also allow for some extra depth to it. And just provide a little bit more variety to the build. So that's what we're going with. That's what we're going with. As always, just a nice, simple, chill stream. I would love to know what like a stressful LEGO stream would be if it's not chill. What would it look like? What would it be? It makes me wonder. If this is what if all the streams are chill, then what's the stressful LEGO streams look like? Really makes me wonder. Ooh. Really makes me wonder. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it's real fragile now. It keeps popping off. Oh, I wonder, is that the... No, that's not the brick that cracked. I like, it makes sense if it was the brick that cracked, but it's not. So this brick is just loose now. This other brick. Might have to find something else that can hold it tighter. So it's so loose that it's just popping off on its own. All on its own. Okay, I think a 1x1 plate will do this just fine. Honestly, I'm just gonna use the 1x2 and hide the other half. Yeah. Oh, we're getting there. We almost have a nose cone for our hot rod. Dumb of a hot rod as it is. I think now that we're at the top, I'm going to switch it to a 2x2. So that's going to get real close to the end. And now that I need to use a center of a plate, we'll do one jumper, one 1x1 brick. This distance might be just perfect. I think we can do with one less. Oh, see, yeah, the whole thing just came off on its own. Or with what I was building. Oh, no. Yeah, a lot of stuff is. It doesn't like it. It doesn't like it. I need a Tetris T-piece as a plate. Get that one to be stronger. It's just not in the plates. Not in the cards right now for LEGO plates. We got the cross one, the 3x3. They haven't. Will they give us a 3x2 with 2 cut corners? That would be a weird one. I don't think it's out of the picture since they gave us the 2x3 that has the missing center stud. Kind of U-shaped. I think the fact they did that, I think much anything's still on the table. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. We're getting our cone. We are getting our cone on. Do I have 2x2 round plates in dark green? Oh, I see one in there. If I can get the drawer open. Allow me to get centered one more time. There we go. Ooh, I think I need to stick to making the cone of the tree. I thought about putting like a big spotlight, but I think we gotta finish out the tree first. It just makes sense for it to be fleshed out that way. So I'm going to start with one more layer of the 2x2 leaves. And then because it is using this cylinder piece, I could thread a bar in there and we can convert it to the 1x1. It will end. I'm going to make a similar cone shape to what I had before on the main trees. And then stick that into the bar. And bada boom, bada bang. Oh, I might want a second cylinder so it stays stable. Bada boom, bada bang. Thing I built is not strong. Can you believe it? Now it will. Now we have the strength, the technology, and the nose cone. There's the top of our tree. Don't worry, the wheel's still under there. But it's a little hidden. And this one brick does not want to stay. Can't think of what that 1x1 spacing, what I could do to strengthen that. I don't know. It rolls just fine. It's gonna be a speed demon. We need to give it the back half of the tree, and then it needs to have a big thruster hidden in that big half of the tree. So I'm going to continue with plating this, make it our circle shape. And then we'll just coat this thing in leaves. And then we might rotate it once. I'm thinking one rotation would be good to offset it. Although I do one rotation and maybe we just have a bunch of lurkers. If we have lurkers, thank you so much for stopping by and watching me build a dumb tree car. If it's a big poopy liar, then I'm sorry Twitch is lying about your presence. It's very rude of it to do that. Don't be farce. Unless me like deleting the bot is like triggered bots to appear. And it's just bots doing the bot thing. Bots be doing bot things. There's no stopping that. Oh. But we're just gonna chug along. We're gonna keep building. And keep spouting out nonsense, because that's all I know to do. That's all I know to do on stream. It's just jibba jabba. And make Lego. Custom Lego that way. We build mocks here. That's a lie. I'll also be building sets because I'm unoriginal. But we're getting the base of the tree. Might have to build some extra superstructures to flush out the area from the car body to the rest of the tree. I can't wait for this to be the dumbest thing that ever looked like a tree. So I think I'm going to do I'm going to definitely stick to, oh, what's it called? Oh, what's it called? The sugar grid. I'm going to do the sugar grid. I'm going to use that for this back bit, but I'm going to use the sugar grid first, connect the layer, and then do a sugar grid again to put it back on lining up, just in case when I build the engine I want something to line up with the vehicle. Up, down, left, right, anything, all of the above, you name it. So yeah. How many ferns is enough ferns? I think you can never have too many ferns. Catch me? Catch my drift? Well, we're not drifting yet. We gotta get this car on the road first, but I think the correct amount of ferns is too many ferns. And that being at least 12, maybe 20 of the pick-a-brick boxes. I think that is the correct amount of ferns that we all need. So we're gonna fern the crap out of this thing. And we're gonna keep adding more until it fully feels like a tree. Now I suppose since I'm doing the tree aesthetic, the rocket thruster should also look like a tree. Or look, it should look like the trunk. I think that will be the goal. Is a trunky trunk looking, trunkerific, no junk in this trunk style of trunk. Maybe that's what I need to build. Maybe I need to build the trunk. It is a trunk for the car, it's a trunk for the tree. Or it could just be called trunk, and you understand both meanings. It's a double doozy of a trunk, that's for sure. It makes you ponder. And I know not every region calls it a trunk. Maybe the boot. But you could say it's the boot of the tree too. But it is going to be the trunk. That's for sure. That is for sure what this part of the car is. Rambo. Dark green is definitely one of the nicer colors in LEGO. I'll give it that much. And I love that it's away from the reddish section of colors. So it's not brittle. It's not brittle dark green. We use dark green here. Same with dark blue. I think all three dark, I guess dark tan too, but and dark brown. The blue, red, yellow. No, blue, red, green. Dark red, dark green, dark blue. I think all those look great. So I hope we continue to see LEGO releasing more and more in those colors. Obviously they've been around for a little while, but I'd love to see more. Share the love with all the colors. Share more. All right, it's hard to do the sugar grid when you can't see the plates. Because I need it to line up. It's so hard to see in there. And because it's angled, something is not connecting right. Going down. It's not going straight down. I don't want to build a guide, because if I build a guide, then it's going to be even taller. And then it's going to be ugly and obvious of what's going on in there. Got 2 on. The brown is just refusing to connect. It needs to fuse. It needs to not refuse being fused. Like, it's just one corner now. 3 of the bricks connected. And I'm not sure why the 4th one's not going on. It is symmetrical. Even when I try to put it on first, it doesn't want to connect. What is going on? That tube. Oh. Creakety creak goes the brittle brown. Creakety creak until it's no more. Alright, I think I have it on straight now. I think it's all connected. And then that'll plop in on there. But before I do that, I gotta do the sugar grid one more time. Once more with feeling. And we will have it straightened back out on the main build. It would help if I finished this connection. Because as of right now, I took out those archway, or one set of archways, just so I could flatten out the back. Actually, you know what? I think I will, instead of going all this effort to make an ugly square amongst archways, I think we're just going to put one more archway back in, but the shorter one. Or I'm all out of short ones. I don't know. I don't have the 1x6, so that's a bummer. Bummerino. But everything else is coming out just fine. Alright, now sugar grid, on car base. These fern leaves pop off. It's all connected, yep. And then we put our front back on because that likes to just find a way to be free. Okay. We're getting somewhere. I dropped a piece, but I don't know what it was. Oh, fern leaf. What else would it be? I don't know anything about anything. Oh yeah, this is a car. This was a car. I don't know where to grab it because I'm going to grab it from fern leaves and then everything's just going to start peeling off. Peeling off like a car. I say for people joining in, maybe I should leave the front off. Because I feel like people joining in can't see that front wheel when it's just sitting on the table. And if I leave it off, then you can. You know it's a car. You know it's a stupid tree car. It rolls really well. It's going to be really funny to do something with this. I think I need to build our lumberjack. Oh, find some good minifigure parts. I know I have plaid in here somewhere. There's plaid. Vlad the Impaler. I'd love to use the Monster Hunter's torso I have somewhere, but I'm sure it still has the robot arm on it, and I don't know where it is. Oh, I see it at the bottom, but yeah, it doesn't. It still has the robot arm on it. Just gotta start tearing away at these layers. There's plaid down there somewhere. I feel like the lumberjack's more of a red plaid. Okay, so we got one of those going. I could just like peel away these layers. I improved my minifigure storage, but it's still not perfect. Okay. And then our lumberjack needs a big bushy beard. I think all I have are these shorter beards. Gotta do either orange or dark orange. I used dark orange recently, so I think I'll go with orange. Even though the dark orange would blend better with the trees, it'll make him stand out a bit more. Alright. And just to make him a little hairier, I think I'll do a mustache face. Completely unnecessary. But I think our lumberjack's gonna have a mustache under his beard. Secretly. It's gonna be a secret mustache. Ooh, actually, is there a smiling version of that? There's an angry version. I don't want to make him angry. I did see a bearded face, and I thought about giving him a hidden beard under his beard. Okay, we can't be super happy, because if he does the one where his eyes are closed, the mustache does show. And it's a brown mustache. So that's not going to work with the orange beard doesn't look good. Okay, never mind. Nope, we're doing the dark orange. I had the face lined up. I saw, I don't know which minifigure uses the orange beard, but it does not look good. I'm sorry. And now I could do the super happy face, because it kind of blends the dark orange into the brown mustache. It works. Ooh, a lumberjack usually has, what, a baseball cap? Probably not. A beanie. A beanie feels lumberjack-like. I only have dark gray, but I think that'll do. And I'll leave it a little loose so you can see his eyebrows better. I have dark blue, but I think that goes against the reddish nature of the build. We got a lot of warmer colors, so I think I'll stick with the dark gray. So it's not a super contrasting color. And he's a lumberjack. He'll need some jeans. I guess there's our dark blue again, but whatever. I'll double back. I'll give him the dark blue beanie. I'll give him the dark blue beanie. I saw it in there. I could give him a mid-century military hat. I see I have some of those from Lone Ranger. And I bought the, what is it called? Whatever the Western Soldier pack was they did. So weird that was the only set of those soldiers. Was the smallest one. But hey, even then they did the minifigure packs. Alright, we got our happy lumberjack. He's gonna go right in there. I feel like his seat needs to go a little higher, but I will need to build a base anyways. So it looks like I can fit a 1x3 or 2x3. And we'll put some jumpers. Not only loosen them up, but also allow them to go a little further back. Put that in there. And then, yeah, he can slide to the back of the seat a bit better. All right, we're having some fun stuff. The problem is I used that light green or bright green mech body, and that is going to make things fairly difficult to use color-wise. But that sounds like a later problem. For now, I'm going to add a couple snot bricks. And we're going to smoothen out the back. Just a tad. Yeah, because like this is my bright green. It's not a lot. So having the mech arms also be bright green is not going to work very well. Oh, I got two slopes in here somewhere, right? I see two wide ones. Oh, I have to go with too wide. Might be the only cheese slope I have. But we're going to use the two-sided snot brick so I can cover a little bit of the top. Because having that brown show, it's just at such a harsh angle. We need something just a little softer to break it in. Oh, if that works, that'd be great, but unfortunately, the corners would hit, and I also don't see a second green piece in here. I don't see that opening piece in another color, in this color. I suppose what I could do is a bunch of shenanigans and use a different coat of pieces to make this opening. Maybe make it more brown instead. I think that's what I'll aim for. And we'll use those nice big tiles that I don't know if I have. No, I do. 4x4 curved tiles. We'll use that instead. Try to smoothen out the top. Just a hair. Kind of ease our way into that brown. I think I'll use the newer... Actually, I'll use a Technic brick. So I have multiple to use. And it's brown. Because I don't have many of the 1x2s with the single stud on the side, which would work great here. But I don't have many, and I don't have any in brown. So I think the brown would look a lot better. Fluzzle is back. Welcome back, Fluzzle. Thank you for chiming in and being part of the stream. It means a lot. Currently, we are much further. I don't know how far you or when you left exactly during this build. If you were in, it was this bit. Words. If you were here while I started this build, or I was still in the trees last time you saw. But I am building my rocket-powered tree car with tree vehicle for a contest. And we have finished the majority of the tree section. So now I am on to the spot that'll hold our little lucky lumberjack. And then we'll move on to maybe some mech arms and rocket thrusters. The front's a bit flimsy, but I've noticed that on camera, if I have the front on, people might think I'm just building a tree. So I'm gonna leave it off for a while so you can see the front wheel. And you know it's a car. That's locally creative as can be. Yes, thank you. It's very nice. I don't know. I mean, it was a contest that asked for a car, and I keep dreaming trees. I keep building trees. So like I just gotta merge the two. But yeah, since it is the theming of time cruisers, I want to stay on brand of merging some themes. So I'm going to use that center hole on the Technic brick to attach a windscreen. So because I have this angled tiles on each side, I'm going to have to thread the needle and use a bar. I think we'll just use a simple clip connection if I can find a robot hand. Something that's just very narrow. And that I can hopefully find in good time. My mess of a brown greeble drawer for all my bar connections. It's, oh boy, if there's a robot hand in there, it's buried. Yes, it is the RR Slugger contest. Awkwardly enough, Brick Nerd had a little tagline for it saying like prizes are yet to be announced, and I don't think Slugger's doing prizes for it, and I'm okay with that. I just wanted to be motivated to build something. And I thought the Slugger contest was a fun one because it's very open-ended. Anything can be a car, and it can be any theme. So I will have the elements of tree and Exoforce. You love Slugger, yeah. I don't follow him. I don't watch all of his stuff, but I do think he makes good content. And I appreciate his work because, yeah, he covers a lot of great stuff between the 90s, 80s. And then I feel like if you want the evolution of that, Cheesy Studios does a lot of good, like post-2000 to roughly like 2016 stuff. He does semi-modern to retro. But yeah, Slugger does a great job what he does. And yeah, again, I didn't find the contest through Slugger's content. I found the contest through Brick Nerd because they reported on it, which is all I needed. Because now I know of it, and now I'm building it. Let's see. So I thought a hollow stud on the opposite of the Technic brick would be enough to get the clip out the opposite end, but it is just too far in the Technic brick that I need to pivot. So I am instead going to attach these friction studs, and then we will put the two tiles back on. And then the clip will just kind of slot in, and I can keep it at kind of a half distance. Rock Raiders, baby! Yes, he is a big Rock Raiders dude, and I can appreciate Rock Raiders at times. I am on the side of the fence that I like Power Miners better, but there is definitely still way too much to appreciate on Rock Raiders and what it did. And come on, that's like the birthplace of Lego Mechs with the granite grinder. You can't go wrong with that. Both of your favorite YouTube channels, you can just see that they enjoy that they're doing and take. And I take that over the 500 honed builder. No offense, of course, everyone can have their preference. Would love to do redo of both at some point. Yes, their content through the roof, so charming, and they have such passion for what they do. I do like Cheesy better because he does mock stuff. And as much as I don't care about Lego Minecraft, I like Minecraft, but I don't care for Lego Minecraft that much. It is a skill on its own to make everything perfectly square for the game. So his series on that was great because there are a lot of challenges to that. Doing a redo of both at some point. I'd love for you to elaborate what you're talking about there. Of the granite grinders. not saying that. Yeah, I think I've seen enough from both themes that I don't care to build specific stuff from Power Miners or Rock Raiders as much as I like them. I did a couple Rock Raiders references on my Inktober last year with the rock climbing mech, and I kind of merged the two because I put Power Miners dock in kind of a Rock Raider setting with a slug. So I still have my love for both, but I doubt I will build much for either, at least in the meantime. All right, he needs a windscreen, and the space I gave him, it probably needs to be a tile. Unless I can like loosely put one in there. Nah, that won't look good. Okay, we're gonna do a tile. Actually, I might have the perfect piece. So I found a space piece with a targeting windscreen. Yeah, that might look good because we'll get to the sci-fi bit. But yeah, they both granite grinders are great in their own regards because of their play functions. The OG mech for Rock Raiders granite grinder, and the play function of moving the vehicle forward and making the digger poke forward and back was just so much fun. Okay, this car needs a thruster. I'm gonna turn it around for me, and I'm gonna find some circular brown so we can keep the trunk look. Earlier in the stream, I was saying that it is a trunk, or maybe just a singular trunk because it has both trunks in it. So I'm definitely gonna stick with the tree theming for the rocket booster. I'm thinking of using some cylinders in a split design, but we'll have to see because I have 3. And I think 2 split is not enough, so I think we'll do 3. It's hard to make it conical since they are just solid cylinders, but I might be able to make it work just with some clips onto a ring. See what ring pieces I have. Ring-a-ding-ding. I'm going to try not to get so fixated that I get stuck on working a leg. Working on just a lower piece of a leg for like 2 hours last stream. That is something I need to avoid doing. We need to keep things moving. You'd love to stay a little longer, but you have a busy day tomorrow. Wish everyone a great stream. Thank you so much for stopping by, Fluzzle. It means, I say it every time, but I mean it. It means the world to me when people stop by to say hello. Give me a little extra to talk about, and give me some extra ideas. But I hope you had a fun time, and I hope you have a fantastic evening. Until next time. Good night. Good night. And I will always be here with the stream recorded. It'll be uploaded. The Instagram side, that recording will always be temporary. I plan to delete them eventually, with the exception of the prototype stream, because that one did not save properly on Twitch. But YouTube will always be permanent. You absolutely had a good time. Keep up the great streams. Thank you, thank you. Yes. Like I said, they will be permanently somewhere on the internet. And hopefully I'll improve and they'll just get better. And there'll be better ones in the future. And as I had a talk with someone at the beginning of the stream, There are plans to eventually branch out and do some gaming streams too, but one step at a time. I am primarily Lego online, so I'm going to stick to what I know, and I'm in such a mock building mood. I gotta keep building. Gotta keep building. Oh, I think since I'm doing a triangular design, I might have the piece that would be perfect for it, which is that newer Ninja Star. That Ninja Star piece, yeah, it's got 3 bar holes and 3 bars. Perfect for a triangle. Perfect for a 3-sided engine. So I will need to find where I might have one of those. I know I bought some in, I think I got some in purple. And I think the purple one's the one I'm gonna have to use, because I remember the ones that I picked up a long time ago were the older mold, which for the longest time, I didn't know they made a new mold. And everybody has had an easier time with that piece ever since. Because I struggled so hard to use the piece originally. And now everybody has this easy mode variant that has a stud on top and bottom. And I never knew. But I thought I picked up some in purple. Not sure where those ended up. I only have a handful of purple drawers. Oh, I might have to go with the old variant, which is going to make things quite tricky, but not impossible. Not impossible. Heck, we're talking about trees. I'm building more trees. And the only time I really got to use that piece was for a tree design. And it was so tricky to continue the trunk around that. The fact that it only had a connection on one side. So what I did to avoid that is that in the back half of the leaves, it would actually be connected and it would continue the trunk onto the next part. Okay, so if I want a splayed out engine, it's already set up for that. But I want a splayed in engine. So what I will do is I'll extend it by a stud. And we'll see how that goes. See how close they get. Need to work on my posture. I'm always hooking it so much because of being invested in so many video games. Also realized I've only been keeping an eye on the Twitch layout. Something's off screen on the Instagram layout. I have not been paying attention. Oh, I like it, but I don't. It's a bit too close, or a bit too far apart from this way. I need to find a happy medium so it can be pulled together. Okay. So we're gonna go get some snot bricks. Try to get everything just a little closer. So what we'll start with, get rid of these red pieces, get rid of the brown. We're gonna go get some headlight bricks, and from the headlight bricks we'll put a jumper in between and a single clip on that, so that it's all angled back towards the center. And I'm going to use a bunch of red for that, so that way it looks like a nice hot engine, burning, roasting, making progress. Oh, plus if I use these larger red clips, I'll have an extra stud connection. And that's what we want. We want more connection points. Oh! And to not drop more pieces. You know, that's what we'll do next time. I'm going to make a counter for broken brown and a counter for dropped pieces. That way everyone can just mock me. I am the fool that drops pieces. Hear me roar. Okay, well, because of that, I'm not going to go looking for that, and I'm just going to grab one more headlight brick. Drop a piece, shame on me. Drop a piece again. Still shame on me. But the third time, it's probably still my fault. Yep. Yeah. So this contest is a lot less stressful because I actually started it a few days ahead of when it ends instead of the last one where I started a couple hours before it ended. So it is nice to actually have some breathing room to get this contest done in time, unlike trying to do it last minute last time. Entertainingly lame, welcome. How was the show? How was the little con? I saw you finally got to implement your Cheeseland, space cheese, to that train layout, and it looked great. Quite a bit something you had to plan for to get that snot to line up with someone else's layout. I didn't quite realize that's what you were going for, and it turned out pretty good. Pretty darn good. We are building for a contest to design a car across all LEGO themes. And being me, I of course had to start with a tree. Tree as my base. And then we'll add some mecha arms and medieval joust tools to really branch out. No pun intended. So right now I'm working on a thruster for what I'd like to call the trunk, or just maybe a singular trunk. And I'm going to keep the true design going to the thruster and make it brown splaying log. So we got that going. We got it going. But yeah, I'm happy to be mock building on stream now. Finally put a couple of my ideas to the test. Even though I have still so much in secrecy that I am holding back on. But once we get past October, oh, things are going to go crazy. Things are going to go crazy. Let's see. Gonna need a bunch of stud reversal connections to hold this thruster in place. Since the tree itself is such a mess, with everything being upside down. Okay, I think I need to add one more stud of space, and it'll fit right in. Yes, sirree. And I've been happy to see so many different faces showing up. So much variety going on. Now, if it's a tree car, would the exhaust have fire? Because I feel like that's going to catch the whole thing on fire. This might be a mistake. What I do know for certain is I don't need this brown around to find out and catch the fire itself. So I'm going to start trying to put parts back on the shelf. There it goes. I think I had the big ones on top. And then our 1x plate. Oh, it'd make more sense to have 1x above 1x, or 2x. Big, just small down to big. Small down to big. Okay, the table space is a little cleared up. We have a roadster. And I need to add some cool details to the bag. Oh, should I have... I was thinking of having like a dragon head on the front, the way Time Cruisers does. But I forgot I had this red skull piece. And that might look better. Might fit the theming a bit more. I just put a couple horns on there too. As the I don't know how long this piece has been around for, and how many times it's been used, but it's the kind of cattle skull in red, or horse skull. I bought a couple on Pick a Brick when they appeared. No idea what I'm used for. They're definitely some cool shaping. I can see them being some mech shoulders or something. It's always mechs. I need to think of other stuff outside of mechs, but I'm just so pulled into that. It's like, oh, it's always mechs. It's mech everything now. Nothing but mechs. But I'll leave the cattle head out for now, in case I do use it. I need to write some notes down from these streams, because now I want to do both counters, but I'll probably forget by next time. We need a counter for brittle brown that's broken. And we need a counter for pieces I've dropped on the floor. It's two necessities that aren't not necessarily necessary. But I feel like it would make for something fun to look at on the screen. Just something dumb. Something extra. Add a bit more flair to the layout. Now I'm not really feeling up to the full design of these arms. So I think I'm just gonna kind of cop out and do some very simple connections, which will result in him having very, very stubby arms. Very, 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 very. I see a comment over there, but I will be back in just a second to read it. Just gonna grab some Technic pieces so we can get this arm connected. Yeah, I'm gonna go very simple on it, and it will just kind of convey it, get it out there. They might be too stubby that they might not get around the tree, but that looks like it will leave the rest in the dust. It most certainly is. It's a tree for speed. It's gonna go quite fast. And hopefully leave the competition behind. I couldn't think of a good tree pun. I've been streaming for 3 hours now, and I'm starting to get a little zonked out. But yeah, it's a fun little contest. And we're getting to the point where I can finally start merging some other themes into it. So here's my little bit of Exoforce that's going to be coming out as arms. Kind of a mecha base. Unfortunately, I don't have enough of this spring green to really do much with the mech arms for that. But maybe it's funnier this way. I don't know. I wonder if it should be brought in just a little more. Up or down. So I feel like it's a bit too far out with those. The way that gets positioned, you get the extra little gap in there. Yeah, I think I'm going to pivot to slightly different design. Ever so slight. Nothing too crazy, just enough to bring it closer in. I think I have just the part in mind, which will also allow it to get a little higher or lower and give us some extra attachment points. Maybe give him some shoulder armor. Because he's looking a little, he's got some skimpy arms right now, but we will definitely plat it up. I don't usually build my mechas with frames because they're so much smaller. Usually the frame is part of the armor, or the armor is part of the frame, just to keep things as compact as can be. But I think with these slightly beefier arms, we are going to see some platting, some cladding, something to cover up. Now it's going to be a question of, do I want the arm to sit a bit lower or a bit higher? Probably a bit lower. Yeah, because the higher takes away from the dynamics of it. Doesn't look like a speed demon if I have the arms sticking out so high up. But too low and it's hitting the wheels. Just gotta find that spot just right. Just right in there. You would think with how much tree stuff I've been doing, I would be at the ready for tree puns. I'm just not. There's not in for it. Just like how I need more descriptions for my permanent uploads, I always put some dumb thing about trees at the very end that no one will ever see. Oh yeah, these are stubby arms. I might want to go with more of just using a ball joint and some Technic bricks, but I also don't hate this. We could definitely use it for something. And with these connection points, I do have a brick in mind. Oh, gotta go past this camera. A little bit of rarity. Okay, this isn't the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of the one that had clips. And I'm not sure how well the black will blend, but we'll still try to use it. For a rarity, I'm gonna hang out by this camera. Well, this is the piece I'm talking about. The two Technic pins and the odd Technic pin on top. It'll just kind of smoothen it out a bit. Although, yeah, I am going from gray to black. Oh, you know what? His shoulder padding should also be leaves. That's what it is. That's what I gotta do. But I want it to be a little angled. But I think that's the goal. So we'll have armored shoulders that are just covered in leaves. Now, if only the 1x2 plate with the holes in it came in dark green, so I would absolutely use that. But it doesn't, so I might go with brown. If I even have any in brown, actually. Do I have XYZ piece? No? Time to move on. Yes? Time to start digging. It's somewhere in there. Alright, that needs to be put on the list. I need to buy some in brown. Not seeing any in there. I have dark red, which would look good if I incorporated more dark red into the overall build, but I didn't. So we need to find something else. But while I'm over here, I will grab a couple of these 45-degree angle plates, or bar with stud, because that's going to be our base. And I'll grab some, I'll just use some dark green plates instead of the rounded ones. I think it will be fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this one opening to attach the angle bar. And then I'm going to place a couple of leaf elements on this plate. And now with the angle bar, I can just slot it right into that leaf element. However, now that I've added that extra piece, I feel like it's sticking out too much. And that in tandem with the stubby arms is not looking great. It's really covering up too much of the arm. So I gotta back down. Sorry, this funky piece that I have yet to have time to use, that I have bulk of, you're not going to be used. It's also in black, which kind of takes away from the fact that everything else is greens, browns, and now dark gray. So I don't really want to add more colors. Yeah, that rounded plate would definitely look a lot better though to just smoothen out this corner. But I'm not entirely hating this either. Definitely can make it work. It just comes down to how much do I want it to work, or how much do I want to try something else. So now it's just a little, kind of a little bushy. Oh yes, I can grab it from the wheelbase. There we go. It's just a little too, maybe too much. I don't know. That's why I'm here. I'm here to discover, just like you. But I don't know. I think a smaller amount works, but I think the outer leaf is just too much. But without the outer leaf, it gets too jagged. It's rough. It's a rough one. Maybe I should... No, if I put two separate ones, that doesn't feel right either. So I think I'll just leave it as the two for now. And it'll just kind of be a smaller pauldron. Now I just gotta mirror it for the other side. Oh, nothing but nonsense for this stream. wonder, do I have any... I don't have any shoulder pieces in dark green from Exo Force stuff. That's unfortunate. That would also look great there, but I do not. It is time, though, for a big boy, not a sword. We want to give him a javelin. We want him to be able to joust. Because if you got speed, I feel like you need... if you got speed, you need a... If it was medieval times, it'd be more of a horse and a lancer. If you're on a horse, you probably aren't using a... Probably not using a sword. And you most certainly are not using a knife. But I don't have... I can't think of any good cone options. And I want to stick away from the very basic cones. So I might have to do a little more custom. That's at least what I'm thinking of. Without feeling too jarring. Oh, you know what? I think katanas. I think we're going to go katanas on this one. I have too many, and I think this would be the great time to use a bunch of katanas up. And that's also going to be if I have silver ones. Oh, also these honeycombs would make for good thrusters. We'll do that. Honeycomb thrusters. It's a it's a cop-out. It's definitely been used a good amount of times, but 6 is probably enough. But we're gonna go with that. Now we can pull out a bunch of silver katanas. It's gonna be a bit of a hollow spear tip or javelin tip. We might be able to flush it out with some standard cones, but I think this overall will look much better than trying to stick with just a basic cone. Adds a little bit more texture to it. I'm gonna get my katanas out first. I'm pretty set on using those. And I know I need exactly 8 for this octagon piece we're using. But I started plucking some gunmetal arms to hold them. I think I'll just go with regular silver if I have enough. Now, if they made gunmetal swords, it'd be interesting. It'd be cool. It'd be nice to see it in a different color. But they do not. So I'm going to probably pull out all of my silver ones, silver arms, which I might even have 8. So this rate, I do have 4, so I might alternate just to save time. Get building on that. Just me or the music? Okay, music's still going. Music's still fine. It's just real quiet right now. The end of the song is just... Oh, weird. Okay, so we're gonna use some cone elements. No, I have light gray. I do have light gray. I'd rather it be light gray if anything. Okay. So let's attach all the katanas and see how much space we have when they all meet at the point. Now I am getting to that very fatigued moment, but I do want to see if we can hit that 4-hour marker, which I think with Twitch having it stroke every 2 hours, I did not get the little in-house 4-hour achievement. It's not necessary, but I mean, it'd be nice to be credited for that for once. Instead of it dying out every time. Okay, I think I can get about 5 on here. Get a feel for it. For our javelin tip. And this way it doesn't look like a drill. Although a drill would be cool. But my one drill element I have left. Oh, I have 2. Maybe I should use the drill. I don't know, it's either the drill or it's this. It's this design. For javelin. I don't know, this feels a little more medieval than the drill would. But the drill would make it feel like more themes are being added. I'm not adding, if I added the drill, I'm not adding the Rock Raiders color scheme because that would be too far from the tree so far, the tree color scheme. Yeah, but I'm going to add two shorter round plates to get this right at that perfect distance where the katanas overlay with it. And then there's an axle hole going all the way through, so if I want stability, it's an option. And since it does poke out, or it does recede just enough, there's a hole in the middle, I will add the drill piece. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, these katanas, they flex so much that mine seem to be a little damaged already and slightly bent, or are slightly bent already. And it's very difficult getting all these lines back out. Yeah, they are kind of, some of them are getting way off, some are not. It's a bit messy with these katanas, trying to get them all just lined up. I'm kind of going against that by just rotating them in the bar, so that if they are bent, they're counterbalanced, put back in position. There we go. There is our lance spearhead. Or, I mean, I guess it's more of a spear now, because the lance is nice and goes all the way down, but I think this will look great, yeah. It'll look goofy at the very least, which, again, is the overarching goal. He does need a shield now. And I need to fill out the lance with distance. So to fill out the lance, I don't want to go with 2x2s because I feel like it's a bit too big, but 1x1s is a bit too small. There aren't a whole lot of options for in between. So I might just go with the 1x1 for now. And then from there, if I find a way to make it a little thicker, which I can't at the moment, then we will more or less just kind of leave it be. Let it be. Ooh, although I'm not seeing a lot of these spacers in gray. Theoretically, I could do Technic bushings, but then you'd have that slot in it, and I don't really want that. Although I know how annoying these are going to be because they're going to want to rotate all over on me. Oh well. Oh well. It's part of the build. Since I'm out of gray, I think I will just use a little bit of brown at the end. Although I could have the whole thing be brown because then it's a stick. But I'm already this far in. Oh, there might be a gray one in there, might not. I'm not going to fuss over it and just do something else. Alright, he's going to have his pseudo spear, pseudo lance. And it's going to be magnificent. Now we got to work on the shield. Shield is next most important. Ooh, it's really dumb, but very satisfying. But I might go with that shaping for the engine. Just having an extra little fern leaf to kind of nestle around it might be the goal. Might be the goal. And then we could do something a little not flamish color. Kind of give it a little bit of ion energy coming out the back. I'm gonna go with some probably trans purple bars. I have a bunch of trans pink in here hiding at the bottom. These nicer new foggier ones. I think those, removing the bubbles, making them foggy, I think the consistency looks a lot better than the clearness. It also feels a little more right for what you might use for like bar lights, like filament tubes. I think it looks better for most kinds of builds. And then I got some pink dishes. I'll add that. It's kind of like a blast wave. Then we can do some purple at the very center. I'm trying to make sure I only have the one type of purple in my hand, because I do see there's a couple of glitter ones in here, but not enough to cover the whole thing. Not enough glitter. Not enough glitter. Okay. So I'm thinking, put the bar in first, and I can hold our fern piece. And you know what? I'll get it ahead of time. I think I'll use a clip at the bottom. These newer fancy dancy clips with stud on top. And we'll have that hold the whole thing to the build. And that is going to be our thruster design. Very simple, nothing too crazy. I wish the bars were a little longer, so that it kind of came out as a streak. Let me play around with that. Nah, I'll be fine without. It does mean me picking the pink bar is completely useless. And once again, I'm building off screen. Move this up. Move all this up. Move all of it up. Move it up. Move it up. There we go. My hand's on there. I'm gonna start building these thrusters. It's easier to connect to the honeycomb first. We're not just sliding the bar all the way through. And then just put a little pressure on it so that way It goes into our stud with clip. Stud with clip. Now, if you've made it this far, I gotta do it every time. Send me a personal message. Let me know. What's your favorite tree? What's your favorite tree? It's a tree stream. It's a tree stream for once. Like, come on. Hit me up with those trees. What's your favorite tree? We're talking about trees, we're building trees. I must know. Although, I've been told only the shadow knows. So maybe I won't know what your favorite tree is, because only the shadow knows. That shadow really needs to share its secrets. Because if it knows everything, it's withholding our information. I really hope one day someone comes in on something like this who's like, what set is that? And I can be like, well, got news, buddy. No one's getting this set. No one but me. I can't believe I could be building so much right now for upcoming shows. But instead, I chose to build a dumb tree car for a contest. But hey, streaming practice talking to absolutely no one. Unless you're watching later. Sneaky bugger. You got my secret message. Yeah. But I digress. My little hiddenness, hidden natures. Now I have no idea how I'm going to connect these. Like, I had the idea, but then, like, how does one do? I could do the angled bar instead of the clip, and that would allow me to attach 3 of them. But then I don't know how to attach the other 3. Oh, I got an idea. I've got an idea. More bars, more bars, more bars. Bars and clips are your friend. You can get so much more out of a build, and half the time it feels like cheating. Because a decade ago, well, maybe more than a decade ago, we didn't really have these parts. Alright, I think I'm going to detach the thruster while working on this part. There it is. Yeah. Because these are so splayed out. And I need to take big covers off so I can attach 1 bar connection. And then we're just going to have it halfway clipped onto that so I can center it. Ah, it's all falling apart. Okay. We're gonna, we only have it on one side, but this clip is just gonna go right on the edge so that it's closer to being in the middle. I don't quite like how that looks, so I think I will undo everything I did, and I will add both bars in. It's gonna get a little more parts intensive for what I want, but it'll allow me to center it, because you're gonna look way better than if I didn't. Yeah. Yep. So let me go grab 3 more of those bars and put away 3 of these clips. And we'll be able to knock out the thruster real quick. Where are we looking? Luckily, I have a bunch of these in black. I don't know. I think the F1 minis had them. I'm not sure I got some of them. But I feel like I had a bunch before those. Maybe I just splurged and bought way too many when they were on Pick-a-Brick. When they first appeared on Pick-a-Brick, I'm sure they're still there. But boy, it's amazing how much crap I can just talk about. Just all this nonsense. And yeah, I feel very repetitive, talking like constantly about nothing but Lego. Wait, did I thought I grabbed more of the bars. Did I only grab one? Let me grab more. I'm losing my mind this late in the stream. But just to keep yapping and chapping and chatting and talking and going on and on, I do feel like I'm getting repetitive because I only have pretty much Lego topics to talk about. I get that that's like I'm building at, but I feel like if you're just joining in every stream and I only talk about Lego, it's not the most exciting. But then again, there's so many YouTube videos, streams, etc. Just constantly going. And how do they not run out? Or how do they stay non-repetitive? Obviously, there's people with better speaking skills, speaking skills, and storytelling. So that does me wonders. But I am humble, stupid nerd that only knows a handful of stories. So I gotta pull shit out of my ass. Sorry for the swearing, but I just don't. I don't go beyond. And I feel like this stud reversal is probably easier to do with many less parts. But this one works, so I'm just gonna let it roll. Honestly, I kind of like this as like a flower design. Just a weird little alien thruster flower design kind of thing. It'll fit right in with our dumb mecha tree. As our trunk. Although the leaves do distract a little from it being a trunk. I don't know if I have a better color to use. They don't come in brown. They don't come in dark red either. Oh, what would a brownish color be great, just for the fact it'd be like leaves at the base of the tree that are dead. But I guess I could do gray. Gray might be the choice. I feel like it's just too much green in the rear. And my only other other three options is white, gray, and trans pink. But I feel like the trans pink would distract from the exhaust and the glow. White feels too far from our color scheme, so I think we're just down to gray. Honestly, I might want to switch the pauldrons to gray too. Well, we'll do one swap, and then we'll do the other. Doesn't mean I have to undo all of this I just did on the thrusters. But yeah, I think the gray is just gonna look so much better since the exhaust pillars are already kind of silverish gray. I think the gray is gonna fit just fine. I can't believe this build of all builds makes me look at Lego and be like, I want more fern leaf colors. You've already given us a lot, but we need more. We need more leaves. More leaf colors. Okay, let's move everything back a bit. I think I said this last time, but I moved the camera closer to me. And I'm still just building too close to the edge. You can't see it as much. And now it's happening again, even though I've already moved the camera twice. I am a fool of my own design. I mean, at least I've kept the table space pretty empty, so I keep my hands forward a bit more. But man, doesn't matter how empty it is, I'm still just like, I need it right by my chest. I can't get too far. It needs to be right there. Right there. I need to be a T-Rex. I need my little nugget arms up to my body. It's where they feel safe, you know? You know. Alright. Gray fern leaves, they keep the shaping, but they look way better, less distracting. So I think I'm going to try with the gray pauldron. There's that bag. I don't know why, but the gray fern leaves are pretty cheap on some pick brick stores. Not pick brick, bricklink stores. They're expensive on pick brick for some reason. Special mold though. But yeah, some bricklink stores sell them pretty cheap. The dark gray ones have all. It's like, oh, interesting. So let's see. I think a dark gray pauldron's gonna look a lot better. Yeah. It just distracts less and it bleeds more into the mechanical part. Yeah, I'm definitely leaning more towards that. Definitely. I might need to find a different angle bar though, because I was using this nougat one, so it's a bit more brownish. But I think I will go with a clear one just so it can stay around the grays. Oh, and I need to get one more curved plate. Oh, it's tree season. I lied, it's not tree season. I'm not planning to make more trees at the moment. As much as I'd love to. I'm pretty treed out at the moment. There will be more trees in the future, but I'm not feeling the trees right now. I've got my big October builds to knock out, keep going. And then after October, it's gonna be a lot more freeform. I think I say this every stream, I think. But after October, yeah, it'll be a lot more of mock building on stream instead of me keeping so hush-hush. And it should be a lot more fun. I definitely need to start working on my big Chicago display for the year. As there are other collaborators relying on me. And it's something I've been building towards for years. Years at this point. So I want to get going on that. Okay, so we're near the end. I need to build the shield. I'll build the shield on stream quickly. And I'll do some flourishing or in some armor plates, probably off stream. And maybe add the skull in the front. I don't know. I don't know about the skull anymore. I feel like the nose cone of the tree will look great, as is. but we'll see. And then as for the shield, I definitely want to be brown, so that it looks like it's made of wood. And I'm thinking of a not so regular design, of which we'll need some weird slopey bits. Weird slopey bits. Just trying to get a taste of what I might be able to go with instead. But I'm really thinking of an awkward slope design. Very, very awkward. If I have the enough grill bits, then I think I'm gold. If I don't have grill bits, then I'm gonna need something else, because we're gonna just butt those back to back. It won't look good in that case, but I will find something that looks good. However, I think that's all the grill pieces I have at the moment. So we're going to pivot, because these I have a decent amount of. I think they were tree trunks in a set I bought multiples of. Again, push the build back, and get a bit more on screen. All right. So this is what I was thinking. Get some of these slopes angled towards each other. Now connecting them is going to be a pain, but that's a later problem. I'd love for these arch pieces to be like that, halfway in between. But I don't think there's a way for me to do that without having a lot of other pieces. Actually, the solution might be plates. Let's give it a whirl with plates. Ooh. You know what? I don't think I have a lot of angled plates for brown. I don't think I have the wedge plates I need. I have some. Do that. That's angle's gonna be too shallow. I think same with this one. It's gonna be more shallow. That could be good for the bottom of the shield. Maybe. Maybe, baby. How many more of those would I need is the issue. And how angled would the other one be? Oh, the other one would look better. So let's do that one. We'll do 2x3s for the slopes. Do something like this so far. Okay, we're cooking. We are cooking. Something along those lines. And then just bring it a bit more in up top. Is this on stream? It is on stream. Cool. Getting far from this camera. Okay, and then from there, I might go with of these in the opposite direction, or not even opposite direction, just this way. That could make for a fun shield. That could. And then I can use. I could use a slope to kind of cap off that corner. So I think that's what we'll do for that. That will be our tree shield. So now it's going to be trying to make all of the snot work together and not make me want to self-destruct live. So we're going to need some snot. We're going to need lots of snot. Get your mucus ready. It's going to be a wet one. I think some of these brown ones are new for me. before I get started on that part of the shield, I need more water. Wow. Okay. I'm back from water. So this is concerning. Okay, I got a few brown 1x1s. So I'm thinking that's the distance for this. Let me see. So it is... No, not quite, not quite. It is about half a plate off. Which would mean... You'd probably want it like that. Yeah. So let me get, you want some 2/3 tall bricks. I don't know if they exist. Oh, they do exist in brown. And I do have 2. Look at that. You love to see it. When you know the exact brick you need. And you don't know if you have the right color, so you go to check. And you do. You have the exact piece that you need. So this will allow for all this to line up. I'm a liar. It was not the 2/3 brick we needed. It is the 1x1 brick. We just need a full brick in height. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, the drawer doesn't want to open. I need to use pieces up so the bricks can close, the drawers can close. Oh no. Okay, I got it. Luckily it had a drawer above it that I could remove and then kind of shimmy pieces out. Out of the way. Move out of the way. I would sing more, but I'm gonna refrain. Just not the kind of stream I want to have, even though I will still swear every once in a while. I shall refrain to keep things sane. Okay. Oh, wait. Now I put it in the top drawer. If it gets locked up there, which it's trying to get locked. There we go. If it gets locked up there, I have nothing I can do to stop it. Oh, you know what? Okay, well I saw that piece in both drawers. I need to move those over. Oopsies. That's a waste of multiple drawers. And that one probably won't open next time I try. Oopsie doopsies. Alright. Now, where were we? Hearing a large snap on this brown brick. Wow. Once again, future problem, but not right now. So now, yeah, that is what I wanted. So we're gonna be able to do that. Line everything up. Yes, okay. So I'm gonna want a 1x1 plate, and I think that's a 1x1 brick, yes. More 1x1s, yay. And then I think I'll have a leaf design covering the whole thing. We'll have to choose a color leaf. Probably, I'm thinking dark red. I think I have one in dark red. Maybe an orange. Just something that's not the... No, actually, spring green would carry over from the torso. I have a dark green. I don't want it to blend in though. And then I have dark orange. Okay, I think I'll do spring green. Just so it carries over that color. Just a little bit. So we're not losing the entirety of the color. Okay, I got my plates, I got my brick. Brick goes there, plate goes here. That gets us a five plate gap, which will come out right for the math. Actually, I can still reuse these 2/3 bricks. Now we have that big right angle, which will line up with these. So I will... It's gonna get tricky. It's gonna get real tricky. To keep this flush, we'll need brackets. But with the brackets, you will get your extra 1/3 in there. Or extra half plate. So it's gonna get tricky. It's gonna get very, very tricky. And since it's already half a plate off in one direction, I think I'll just push it off the other way. So if we do half plate here, then the bottom will be flush, but then the top will be half plate too much. Don't know if that's worth doing or not. I'm gonna say yes, because it makes everything match up just a little more. And so it shall be. I'm gonna get a pair of 2x2 with a cutout. The L plate. And that's gonna hold some of our other plates together. And this bottom one is going to be a pain. There's not really a good way to attach it. I think I'll just put another L plate, but I'm going to need some extra cheater plates to hold it up. So we're going to get 2 more L plates. I think I'll use these 1x2 because I have so many for the cheater to hold it up. We got those. I suppose I could use a corner wed, the kind of angled ones instead, but I don't know. I don't want to dig for those, and that feels like more of a waste. So, do that, and that. Oh, I might need to go with something else because the stud logo is going to push it away, but it doesn't really matter. Where'd the music go? Where'd the music go? There we go. Okay. So now we have half our shield, and I just need to repeat on the other side what we got. What we got. And it should be, yeah, pretty simple. The connection to each other should also be pretty simple. We just do some weird bar shenanigans in the back. No one will see it, so nothing will matter. Oh, I should get one more stud to fill in that gap. Yeah. One more 1x1 plate. I'll use the rounds. I'm sure they'll just explode on me and it won't matter. But there we are. I might fill that with some tiles so it's a little smoother when connecting to the arches. Okay, one piece already broke upon inserting it. But it didn't break on the side that went in. So it just kind of existed and broke. Oh no. This is gonna be one that doesn't want to come out. I'm gonna need pliers or something. They don't have up here. Okay, I got it out. There's two brown pieces broken. I need that counter. Make quick note. All right, let's quickly wrap up this shield. I'll purdy it off of stream. Because I am at my threshold time that I wanted to stop. So let me quickly get all this together. Once again, this bottom plate is not held on properly because the stud logo is pushing away. But again, doesn't matter for this kind of build. This could be a nice shield. That'll be a nice shield design, right? And now I can show you my cheater plan. You can do it with any kind of clip. I think I'm going to use 2 plated clips and 2 of these clips with... Oh, that's where I put my bars. I set them down with the clips. I found them. Clips with plates. Oh, and I might want to do brown for the bars. Brown for the bars. Uh-oh. That stream not wanting to load. That's not good. I have 4 long bars somewhere. Oh, trying to grab them without making everything fly out of the bin. Oh, it's a difficulty. Not even showing it on stream. Ugh. Okay, well, I got a 4 long bar. I got a 6 long bar. 6 long bar will be fine to hide. Okay, so what we're doing is we're just going to put a clip down at the base, just at an angle. Doesn't need to be lined up with anything. And now those are, oh, they're right there. I could use the 3 long. Well, I had the 4 long. Oh, the 4 long might stick out. Oh, we got more bars, more bars. But the concept is you just connect them that way, and then you do it in the second spot. And with those connections, you have all you need. I think I'll actually use... Oh, it's too small. It's too small. What's that spacing? Yeah, it's just a little too big for too wide. Okay, so we will... Oh, come on. This bar that has no stoppers at the end. We'll go right here. And that's all it needs to do. Is just connect those 2 weird angles. And then we can put a second one up here. I'm going to space them out just a little further. So that way I can put this big bar. And that will be our connection point for later. That will pretty much be where the guy holds onto. I think for now, for the connection, I'm going to just use... this clip might work, but it might be a bit too close. So I think I'm gonna clip it, and then I'll put a connection. A Technic connector. Jeez. And then centering this leaf element isn't gonna be easy. So I might have it just kind of be popping off of one of the sides. So to do that, we are going to grab more of these round elements. And we're gonna put it right there. And we're gonna just angle it till it's centered. And now that's facing the wrong way, I'm gonna put it down here instead. And now, without having to do much, it's pretty much centered. Unfortunately, it's colliding with a lot of the studs that are popping over. So I might need to pivot it up. Maybe that'll work. Yeah, that's pretty good. And that's our leaf element, just in the middle. Not too bad. Not too bad. And I'll real quickly get this a Technic connection. So we just slot it into his hands and call it good for the stream. I will polish him off stream. That way he looks good for the photo, has a little more detail. Just using this axle bit with the axle hole and axle coming off one side. Those combined will give him something to hold on to. And we'll just slide that right in there. And voila. We have as much needs to be done, but of course I will detail this and add more later. Ooh. Hold this off for now. Let him get right up the camera, yeah. So come right at you. Big old shield, big old spear. How does it look? Yeah, it looks pretty good. Hard to do it for the top camera because it's hard to see. But I know it's a smaller view, but you get the idea of what I'm showing off better. If I can, I will try to put the front on again. It's very finicky. There we go. That's what it looks like with the front. Big old doofy wheel. And the spearhead of the tree. And that's been the tree build. I'm glad we stopped it just about on time. A little over, but what are you gonna do? 2 brown broken pieces. I'm gonna leave those out so I remember to add the counter. I think the counter would be a very fun thing to do, but more so than the brittle brown, because I'm not always working with brown. I will be sure to add a counter for pieces dropped. That's gonna happen. That's gonna happen. All right. Thank you all so much for joining. If you watch the stream after the fact, thank you as well. All your support means the world. I say it every time, but I'm going to keep saying it. It means a lot to me. So I hope you all have a wonderful day. If you want to catch more of the streams, I'm live on Twitch on USA time, Sunday afternoons and Thursday nights. We'll probably do video games down the line, but for now, we're just doing mock building and some Lego stuff. Other than that, one last big old thank you, and I will get ready for the card and say goodbye. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Work already. There we go. Goodbye. Goodbye. Pineapple. Paradise. They don't deserve free ads. They don't deserve free ads at all.